or he'll die. The film, the official logline explains, examines and confronts the mind's vast mysteries and the beauty and power of asking for help before it's too late. Man, okay, well, oops, I almost ended my stream. Y'all know how I feel about Sing Sing. Loved Sing Sing. Same director, who's also doing the screenplay on this. Peanut Butter Falcon writer-directors Michael Schwartz and Tyler Nelson penned an earlier draft. I'm sorry, it's so funny that this news is coming out as he is doing promotion for the live-action Moana. He really does it all. He really does it all. Which is set to bomb, apparently. Who asked for the live-action Moana? Who asked? Who wanted it? Nobody. No one. He will need to do a biopic about himself. Who can't get an Oscar needs one last biopic. One final biopic. He's going to biopic the distance. Yes, you know that we are going to be talking about Armie Hammer's reaction to having seen his own film, his own racist slop film. Apparently, he was in tears. Apparently, Armie Hammer was so upset that he broke down in tears, which I don't believe this. Okay, here's what I think happened. Actually, let me just tell y'all. Let me start from the beginning. So, Armie Hammer, who faced a number of very serious allegations outside of just the cannibal ones, okay? Like sexual assault, rape and sexual assault, really serious stuff. He had to step away from Hollywood for a little bit. And now he's attempting to have his comeback, as is Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors, who's starring in the Daily Wire movie that is also racist slop. These two men attempting their grand comebacks in Hollywood through vehicles of complete racist slop. Okay, so the film that Armie Hammer did is called Citizen Vigilante, and it is by Uwe Boll, who is an absolute hack, slop, shit, fuck director. I don't even want to give him that title. And he is also a racist piece of shit. And this film is about the evils of the evil migrant problem in Germany, which I guess I'm sure you can guess the skin color of the evil migrants who are doing all the crime, raping all of the poor innocent German women. Yes, of course they're Muslim. Of course. And Uwe Boll made a movie about a citizen who does vigilante justice, and that citizen is played by Armie Hammer. And I actually really want to watch Dead Domain's review of the movie, and Dead Domain has said it is the worst. She said it's the worst movie she has seen this year. But then, hold on a second, we still have the Daily Wire film coming out. So just hang on to that title. But anyway, so this film was shocking, not well received by everybody except for Elon Musk, who loves the movie so much and believes it is so important that he actually, I don't know if anybody saw this, he had released the full version of the film on Twitter. He temporarily posted the full film and was like, this is incredible. This is the best thing ever. This is the truth. Everybody needs to see this. He promoted it all over his fuck ass Nazi site. Okay. So Puck News is the website that first reported this. And you should know that Puck News is a publication that is read by a lot of people in Hollywood. So I would bet bet money that Armie Hammer's team is trying to, or team, whatever is left, whatever team he has these days. Armie Hammer and his team are trying to do damage control on how poorly, piss poorly the film was received. It's like, wow, you did a low budget shock thriller that leans into the most racist tropes by a guy who's known for his straight to DVD video game adaptations. And the whole thing too is that Uwe Boll tried to claim that he was being silenced, that the German authorities had blocked his film from theaters because of the truth that was being told, the uncomfortable truths about how Muslim immigrants are causing all of this violence in Germany. And Uwe Boll had said if they were Nazis, this would have been in every single theater. It's like, well, actually, Germany is really strict with ratings, which is really a reason why a lot of video games don't get distribution. They have a very, very, very strict rating system, and the system did not give a rating to this movie because of how much gratuitous shock violence there is. In fact, there is one scene in which a gang rape occurs. And it's funny that Armie Hammer, according to Puck News, was very upset after seeing the finished film because he says that's not the film he made, when it's like, okay, but there's a scene in the movie where he breaks into a Muslim family's home, kills the daughter, the parents, and the entire family because their son is involved in a very violent gang rape. So what movie did you think you were making, Armie Hammer? Oh, this is an actual movie. Yes. What the fuck? It's also being pushed at #2 on Amazon. I don't know if anybody saw that on Amazon. I did. I saw Citizen Vigilante being promoted as like the #2 most popular film on the platform. Okay. Or however they do the like top 10. Yeah. So Armie Hammer's character breaks into a Muslim family's home, kills everybody because their son was involved in a gang rape. And then now he's trying to be like, I did not know how hateful and disgusting this movie is. Seriously, what? Bro, how do you expect anybody to believe that? Okay, now, could the final edit have been super, super aggressive and over the top in its themes as opposed to like the script as they're going through production? Sure, but there is no way he did not know what the messaging was. There's no way that when he read the script, he was like, wow, this is a really wonderful message. This is not hateful. This is the opposite, actually. This is very lovely. Citizen Vigilante has been officially released by German movie theaters following a rating for 18 plus by the FSK. Okay, so that must be new. Whatever. That's like not even. The only reason that point mattered is because Uwe Boll tried to say he was trying to appeal to a right-wing audience, a Western Nazis, and be like, oh my God, I've been silenced in Germany. They're censoring me. They're going after my right to free speech because I'm telling the truth and they don't like the truth. So Puck News, Kim Masters reports that Hammer broke down the first time he watched Citizen Vigilante, the low-budget shock thriller from German director Uwe Boll that has become one of the most controversial releases of the year. The first time he saw it, he was in tears, a source in Hammer's camp told Puck, and those weren't tears of joy. He called me and said, fuck, this is hateful, disgusting. That's quite the reaction attributed to the guy whose face is on the poster. covered in the blood of Muslim immigrants. Those pesky, villainous Muslim immigrants that he just has to kill a bunch of in order to keep the citizens safe. Citizen Vigilante, which was described by Masters as Death Wish on steroids, stars Hammer as an American businessman on a manhunt largely targeting immigrants. I love, too, that he specifically, obviously he's American, but that he specifically plays an American businessman. That he's on business. He's just doing business, and then he sees all this evil happening, and he has to step up. He's got to do vigilante justice as a citizen. Per Puck's source, Hammer knew the project leaned toward the right, but claims he didn't grasp what the finished film would be, blaming Bull's famously frantic production style. Okay, you're the star, dude. It's not like it's not like he's some extra who took a one-day job where he's in the background of a scene and then sees the finished film and is like, holy shit, this is so racist. My God. He's the star of the film. It's not like he sent him a 100-page script, the source said. When he saw the final product, he was like, that was not the movie I thought we made, and he freaked the fuck out. I would actually love to know what movie he thought they were making. Since according to Armie Hammer, this was not the movie he thought it was. Did he think this was like a family fun adventure movie? Was he blindfolded? Was he like, I thought we were making a Disney film? This reads like an I think you should leave skit because it's so absurd. Yeah, he thought he was in Moana live action. He's like, I thought I saw Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Hammer himself told the Hollywood Reporter ahead of release that Bull sent him only a 50-page script and summed up his mindset at the time. I would have done a fucking cat food commercial. Okay, yeah, we know. That's the thing is we know that your career collapsed and you were like selling timeshares in the Cayman Islands, talking about how you're broke and how, yes, your family's very wealthy, but it's not like you're getting any of that money and that you're really suffering and you just want to be back doing your acting work. So we know that you took whatever work you could find, and along comes Uwe Boll, who's like, oh, great. I love abusers. I love the worst men in Hollywood who have suffered some consequences for their actions, whose careers have gone down the toilets. That's who I love to cast as the lead role. Elon Musk responded to Germany blocking the film by posting the entire movie on X for 2 days, free for anyone to watch, with copies spreading across other big accounts. Citizen Vigilante shot to #1 on both Apple and Amazon following a limited theatrical run, which is so crazy. I don't believe that. Turning an Uwe Boll cheapie into an international story and rallying cry. But then the other thing is that he has been doing promotion for this film, right? He's been doing his interviews. He did that. He had that very nice piece in Hollywood Reporter with that journalist who clearly views him as a buddy who had profiled him before. So why now is this coming out? And does it have anything to do with people's reactions to the movie? The people who have seen this going, oh my God, this is just so racist. This is so bad. I wonder if that has anything to do with Armie Hammer now coming out saying that he was in tears after he'd seen the film, which he didn't mention before. You know what I'm saying? It's like he didn't mention that before when he was doing press, when he was talking to the Hollywood Reporter. Do you think Jonathan Majors will have a similar reaction when his slop comes out? No, Jonathan Majors is going to pretend that it's the greatest thing he's ever done. He's like, forget about Creed. Forget about magazine dreams. Like Jonathan Majors is going to shamelessly and sillily promote this Daily Wire movie like it's just high art. The highest of art. Yeah, who needs Marvel? Who needs to star as a Marvel villain when you've got Daily Wire? No, because he got hurt, he's going to say it's everyone else's fault with how bad it is and that he needs sympathy. He's gonna have his little cup when he's doing press for Daily Wire. Okay, so let's watch Dead Domain's review.
I don't even know. Oh boy. I don't even know where to really start with this one today. Forgive, please, my humble appearance. I put about as much effort into my appearance today as Uwe Boll did put into this movie. When I usually go into these kind of movies, it's rare that one comes so fully loaded with lore in regards to the team making it. Usually, if I just talk about some slop from Daily Wire or Angel Studios, it's a matter of regurgitating factoids and to help give context to the filmmakers.
I can't get over how pathetically transparent it is that the other part of this Puck News story on how Armie Hammer felt about the film is that the source was emphasizing that Armie is in a very difficult position professionally and that he's been struggling to find work, and so he's just accepting any job that he can get because it's really tough. It's so unfairly hard. And so it's really not his fault, actually, that he stars in this racist slop because, one, he didn't know it was going to be like that. And two, he's just having a really hard time. You know, he's for something that he deserves. His needs are not being met. Okay. What he deserves is to have an illustrious career again in the industry. And for some reason, they won't give it to him. And now he's just got to do anything that he can. He's just a little guy. Exactly. He's just a little guy. And never forget the magical old Jamaican man who extolled words of wisdom that changed his perspective. Never forget that story he told about this magical Jamaican man who just so happened to tell him exactly what he needed to hear.
Intentions or their past controversies.
The Tank, thank you for 6
but
months.
With
Boston Nova,
Citizen
thank you for 33.
Vigilante,
Jen,
you really only need to know two things. The first is that it stars Armie Hammer in the lead role. He was ousted from Hollywood a couple years back following DMs revealing him to have cannibal sex fantasies, and then allegations of sexual assault came out shortly after. And the second fact you need to know is that it is directed, written, and produced by noted talentless hack Uwe Boll, who is widely regarded as one of the worst filmmakers of all time. Now, if you don't know, Uwe Boll is a legendarily terrible director who made his name in the 2000s mostly by bastardizing and mutilating whatever video game franchise adaptation he could get his hands on with shoddy amateurish productions that more than likely were also money laundering schemes. Unable to take genuine criticism, he then kind of devolved...
Okay, the concept of it being Chet Hanks. The concept of Armie Hammer having a conversation with Chet Hanks, who then he later went on to describe as a magical Jamaican man who just dropped serious words of wisdom.
Into a parody of himself, kind of like a reverse bootleg Pokemon, shrinking to his now notorious pedestal where he lashes out at critics who insult his movies for who knows why. Who knows why anybody would. Now, more than that, after butchering franchises like House of the Dead and Blood Rain, he descended into ever more violent and puerile action movie filmmaking, eventually kind of hitting something of a stride with a few gray-brown bargain bin straight-to-rental movies. And now, somehow, he's returned, trying to make content so edgy and what sure seems like a desperate bid for attention. Either that, or with Citizen Vigilante, he's just coming out as a full-on Great Replacement style Nazi. So, what subject matter would befit one of the worst and most juvenile directors of all time casting a wannabe cannibal sexual assaulter, allegedly? Well, how about a violent white nationalist murder fantasy targeting European migrants? Citizen Vigilante has made some small waves when Uwe alleged Germany banned it for inciting violence against migrants, and after seeing it, yeah, it absolutely does. I knew this would be a painfully amateurish production. I knew it would be career worst work from everybody involved. That comes with Uwe Boll territory.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just it's just a racist right-winger's wet dream, right? This idea, this truth that women and girls, wives and mothers and daughters are being raped and murdered by violent, illegal Muslim immigrants, and that along comes a citizen who happens to be a white American blonde man who does business, and that he goes on a spree to enact revenge on every one of these illegal immigrants, all those who've defended them. So that would be that would be all the radical Antifa leftist psychos out here. We're all getting killed too. And that justice is served because the justice system is not doing their job.
Not, however, expect how much of this film is legitimately just a regurgitated ethno-nationalist manifesto, a screed that just spits constant one-sided self-affirming arguments about how Islam specifically is undermining society and the only cure is to kill them all. I'm not joking. This film is some legitimate Turner Diaries shit. I hate that this is the second video in a row I've mentioned that pile of shit book, but there's simply no closer analog outside of the most violent and hateful, explicit Nazi media. This is a film that depicts the wholesale murder of an entire Muslim family as a good thing, regardless of any court proceedings, because of the inherently dangerous beliefs
also, I just have to say, so embarrassing too, Uwe Boll is German. He doesn't even have a German guy doing this. It's an American. It's like the humiliating obsession with American exceptionalism, with like the American hero, right? It has to be an American businessman because that's who the true heroes are in this world.
Islam, and frames this violence as necessary to preserve law and order. Now, if you're scratching your head wondering, hey,
couldn't find
how
a
does
desperate enough German
extrajudicial
actor
merger and vigilante justice preserve democracy and law and order? You're already losing to the chess dog that is Uwe Boll, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't know either. And most of this movie seems like he's just saying shit.
Yeah. Also, here was him today ripping into his critics, defending the movie. Open your eyes while defending the movie. Open your eyes. Known for B-movie staples as Alone in the Dark and Blood Rain, he took part in a Reddit AMA. To promote his movie, critics have predictably trashed the film, as generally is the case with everything he does. Citizen Vigilante has a 6% approval rating from reviewers, though a 93% score from audiences. I'm sure that was totally organic. I'm sure a diverse audience that watched this film and went, yeah, 93%. Love it. I'd watch it again. The proceedings got off to an inauspicious start as the first question asked Boll why he still makes new films after already making. So hold on, I have to find. Hold on, is this the link? Oh my God. Hi Reddit, I'm Uwe Boll, AMA. My new movie, Citizen Vigilante, stars Armie Hammer, is available on digital here and here. Synopsis. Living in Croatia, a wealthy American businessman transforms into a feared vigilante who targets violent criminals, rapists, and corrupt judges. As his brutal campaign gains traction online and across the media, he soon becomes a wanted criminal and unlikely public hero. The first comment. As a Hi, yes. Caroline Kwan from Quantrage. As a director who's widely renowned for being one of the most preeminent creators of movies that are so bad, they're bad, which movie would you personally say is your worst? He did answer it. Why do you continue? Yeah, hey, why do you continue to make movies even after already making some of the worst movies ever? To top them all. Like he thinks he's being cheeky, like that he is somehow coming out on top here by kind of playing into it. The person says, I mean, okay, but when are you going to start trying that? Is the main character not an immigrant? He's living in another country and started killing other immigrants and its people. Huh. Ironic. Uwe Boll, that was the point. Yeah, he thinks he's being cute. Thinks he's being cute here. What inspired you to make the Far Cry movie so bad? Just absolute slop, honestly. I know Far Cry is not known for amazing writing, but you could have done a different series or perhaps more effort on the film. You clearly do not respect video games as an artistic medium. My wife is a big fan of the Far Cry games, and the movie was very funny, but we will not be watching it again. Haha. We also watched Rampage not knowing you directed it, and we're bored, and then turned it off halfway through to watch King of the Hill. Was Dwayne Johnson proud or embarrassed of the film? My wife and I immediately blacklisted your films after seeing Far Cry. She even sarcastically said, wow, thanks, Uwe Boll, once the credits rolled. He said, my Rampage was one of the best movies of all time. Okay, I guess he's dropping the cuteness. I guess now it's getting to him. Three questions in a row. That's like, why are you the fucking worst? Hi, question. Why do you suck? What was your reaction when Blizzard said they would not sell the movie rights to World of Warcraft to you? Quote, especially not to you. Good decision. And as you saw then, they made a masterpiece movie. LOL. The German comment says, what has ruined you like this? What happened in your life to make you such a piece of shit? Hi, question. Just wondering what it feels like to win the Razzie for Worst Director. Do you think you could take Tommy Wiseau in a fight? Does the nurse know you're out? You reposted tweets that say mass deportations are the moderate option, and it's a glimpse into the very near future, the only difference being there will be thousands of men enacting the justice that our own anti-white governments refuse to do. What exactly do you want to portray with these kinds of retweets? Is this the message you and your new movie endorse? How do you keep getting work? Why didn't you fight Sean Baby? Were you scared? Why did you refuse to box any critic with actual training? Oh my God, it's so good. I don't know if I've seen an AMA where the person is just getting absolutely annihilated. Like Reddit is annihilating you. When Reddit hates you, bro. Another German comment said, do you just waste your time at 4chan or do you do something productive with your life? Are you just on 4chan all the time or do you do anything else? Okay, so here, the conversation didn't get any more civilized from there. One question noted Boll having previously referred to actors as whores and went on to ask the director if he's a whore yourself, pleasing right-wingers. Given that conservatives have championed the film and its anti-migrant themes. Absolutely, replied Boll in his native German. When another individual asked Boll how he keeps getting work, the director replied, money. In response to a different question asking why he decided to cast Hammer, despite his controversies and allegations, Boll explained, great actor, fits into the movie. Wait, the movie that apparently Armie Hammer did not know was the movie? Ah, we'll disconnect here. Although there were some questions that were more respectful, Bull clearly did not appreciate the general tone of the exchanges. At one point, he posted a comment that said, "Guys, why a lot of you are stuck in the past. You love to hate and trash me." He went on to encourage participants to watch some of his films and named a long list of them, including Postal, Rampage, and Assault on Wall Street. "Open your eyes," he continued. "Forget my name and just watch the movies. But the movies suck, bro. Look at the ratings at Amazon, and you see what the real audience believes. You are so in love of bashing me that you forgot yourself. I wish you all a great evening, and now watch soccer and TV instead of wasting my time here." So I guess it didn't go as he expected. Thought people were going to really love this shit. This guy reminds me of Carla Sofia Gascon. She's still doing her weird AI posts on Instagram. She's still posting AI shit that's all about how she's actually the victim of a conspiracy. A big conspiracy. Well, we don't really know what it is, but apparently she does. Someone replied to his response regarding the Blizzard thing. Note, on a single Uwe Boll directed film has a higher ranking than Warcraft's 29% among critics. Yeah, he really has a very bad track record. He is largely looked at as a joke, as a total hack.
However, if there is one singular saving grace that prevents Citizen Vigilante from becoming any kind of racist rallying cry, it's Uwe Boll himself, because this production is so haphazard, so poorly told, and downright incoherent, it's nearly impossible to follow. Anybody who is seeking this out as some kind of affirmation of their worldview might actually be watching a movie so fucking terrible it inversely polarizes them to reconsider everything they thought about bigotry. Now, which I need to set up at the beginning, because watching this movie was more confusing than fucking Inland Empire. So what I bet happened with this Croatian-filmed budget Nazi death wish is they had about half a script, and Uwe said, "Hey, if we spend half the movie on padding and the other half remixing the scenes we shot, we might be able to trick the dumbest motherfuckers in the world. They're watching an actual movie." You will see exactly what I'm talking about, but I want you to keep this in mind. The idea that this film was shot as a bunch of unattached scenes and then stitched together.
Yeah, apparently it opens up. There's a cold open showing a woman's death. Okay. Gets you really emotionally, just emotionally captured. A woman dying. And we all know who the only ones out here killing women are. So a woman dies, and then there's an establishing shot of a Croatian city, because that's where they filmed. And then, just in case you need to know exactly where we are, but not exactly where we are, apparently the word Europe fills the screen. So, yeah, it just... Europe across the screen. So you know that this is not just a problem in one part. It's all of Europe. Okay. The entire country of Europe. Yeah.
Together,
yes.
Attempting to tell a story non-chronologically. So the movie opens and it's from the first drop of the hat. It says, and I quote, "All behavior can be traced back to instincts. When justice is denied, instincts turn to vengeance." And it attributes that saying to Anonymous. But like, you could just say Uwe Boll, dude. Like, we know Uwe Boll wrote this shit. We're opening with something.
Me, when I make shit up and then say Anonymous or like Confucius, I was like, yeah, I think Confucius said that. MLK Jr.
I think that is somehow both reading as saying immigrants are inherently almost instinctually violent and therefore necessitate violence against them. But then also when justice is denied, vigilantism is okay. So who's actually the violent person here? Because it kind of seems like the protagonist. And speaking about protagonist, there's this through line to the film where Sanders, Armie Hammer's unhinged vigilante, is a completely unlikable dickhead. He's just a prick. racist murder aside, somehow. He's a landlord. He lectures everyone around him constantly. He's constantly handing out fortune cookie wisdom nobody asked for, like a Panda Express accidentally ordered too many boxes of fortune cookies. And in a more capable film...
Also, remember that this film was originally titled Dark Knight. When I first saw the announcement for it and it said new Uwe Boll film titled Dark Knight starring Armie Hammer, I went, Dark Knight.
Maker's hand, there would be this kind of taxi driver knockoff approach where the film interrogates his own fixations on violence, on using brutality to combat what he sees as brutality, etc. But because the majority of the film is just watching this guy be a dick, and to anyone with a lick of sense, he's not a hero, he's the villain. Like, he's literally representative of almost everything wrong in society. He's even a fucking landlord. Uwe Boll is trying to make a racist landlord sympathetic. Fuck, man. So after this opening crawl, we open on Europe. That's it. It just says Europe, which is such a funny way to set something. They kind of act like this is in the UK, but they can't really get away with that because it's very obviously not filmed in Britain. Also, wildly, insanely irresponsible to release this film, very much, again, attempting to make it look like it's set in the UK, like a week after the UK saw open hate crimes against migrants who had their houses burned down, were assaulted in the streets by Nazis. So we sit back and watch this lady innocently pay for groceries with her just innocent kid. So then as they're leaving, a black guy just runs up with a huge stiletto knife and stabs her with a cartoonish geyser of blood. I'm not joking when I say cartoonish. This thing is so egregious it would make Charlie Kirk go, okay, that's a little much. So she sits there bleeding like a Tarantino squib got bricked up watching a Sam Raimi movie. And the kid is holding his mom who's dying.
She got Kirk.
Like, I get it's a child actor in an Uwe Boll movie, but he's talking to her like he wants chicken nuggies from McDonald's. Like, hey, mom, what's wrong? As she's just bleeding out and spurting blood. One of many, many instances of this film's unintentional hilarity. This murder, by the way, never comes up again because we cut to breaking news. And I didn't realize The Onion had repurposed the InfoWars set so soon. So this world news is one of the many scenes that were clearly shot all at once and then just sprinkled liberally throughout the film. It's kind of used as its framing device, but really the only point it serves is to justify Sanders' murders as representing the true will of the people. This movie exists in the perpetual conservative mindset universe of, no, trust me, everyone actually totally agrees with everything I do. And it's a world where even the media and all of social media support this guy in his murderous sprees. They describe on the news the nation being gripped by fear with a lady with a vaguely British accent. Anyway, migrant attacks are apparently on the rise between various stock news assets they've downloaded. So the world...
Her voiceover, the news anchor voiceover in the movie is so creepy and out of place. Oh, yeah, like everything in it.
News here tells us there's been another brutal slaying from an undocumented migrant. And then out of nowhere, we watch a body bag being hoisted into a car. And then we cut to this incredibly flat intro template. And is that a title card I smell? I hope so, because not. I think the movie already shit itself. So we get a title card that plays like a groiper having an epileptic seizure while making a Pepe meme edit, and I genuinely think Uwe Boll thought he was onto something here, trying to make this feel like a grounded take on internet anonymity and vigilantism. But even through the filter they use, it still just looks like Armie Hammer. Like, he never even changes his clothes or puts on a mask in any way trying to hide his identity. So after a minute with nothing but this black screen scrolling through names, we cut back to world news where they say hope falls to a vigilante when the government and law enforcement fail to save the people. And then they go interview somebody on the street who says, oh yeah, no, he's doing a great job because why do we pay taxes to help all these people from Africa? It's basically direct quote.
The Karen being 4 dead in a case linked to rape of 14-year-old.
Because the writing is so,
like, it's actually so, it's so disturbing. The right-wing conservative fantasy where they are always fantasizing about women being raped and murdered. Like, the emphasis on these constant rapes and murders where they obviously they don't care about violence against women, because they support some of the most violent men that there are. Many of them are violent themselves, right? And yet they love to fantasize about brown and black men raping and murdering innocent blonde white women. That's the conservative mindset there.
Laughable throughout. You just got to laugh sometimes. I reviewed some real stinkers like Disciples in the Moonlight, where all the dialogue springs from a evangelical Christian persecution complex. But Uwe Boll's writing puts that ham-fisted garbage to shame. And it's at this point in the movie where we're introduced to Costas Mandylor, who's sitting in his car watching this on a phone, wondering how he went from having a pretty stable gig with the Saw franchise to this bullshit. And by the way, this is terrible framing for just any story because we haven't even seen Armie Hammer on screen. So by this point, most logical filmmakers would be like trying to have you believe Costas Mandylor is the killer. That's the way this is framed for no reason. So apparently this guy is the Interpol chief, the head of Interpol, who does Interpol things like sitting in a car, watching videos. I'd love to know what Uwe Boll thinks an Interpol chief actually does, because Costas is treated like an old-timey sheriff who is always just like around the corner.
You know, he doesn't do any research. He just pulls it out of his own stupid mind.
So the news keeps glazing the vigilante, and the lady says last week the leader of a prominent Middle Eastern crime syndicate were discovered dead in a dumpster. He fit the whole syndicate in a dumpster, apparently. They can't even name like a group. They just call it a Middle Eastern crime syndicate. They could have said the Falafel Mafia, and it would have been more believable. The Falafia, if you will. So then we get this Anna Kasparian knockoff saying that, oh, we need somebody like this in the U.S. Damn, do I smell a franchise brewing, Uwe Boll?
Not the Anna Kasparian knockoff.
I think this film may have genuinely damaged my brain permanently. So then we also keep seeing random shots of Sanders.
Yeah, Anna Kasparian, who's out here saying that Michael Jackson was framed because he was speaking out for Palestine, that he was actually targeted by Israel, and that's why everyone thinks he's a pedophile.
Walking. And then we cut between boring shots of him using the most basic face filter ever in his manifesto.
Yeah, that's where Anna Kasparian is at these days.
So videos. And I guess if you wanted more people to mistake you for Michael Fassbender, this is one way to do it. I'd want to be mistaken for someone else too if I was in this piece of shit. And right here is where you notice Uwe Boll using shots of people walking, doing nothing, looking at their phones, walking, driving some more. The same way a martial arts film uses footage of people getting punched. It comes fast and furious and constantly. And it's just as boring as you might think. It's because, like I noted, there's really nothing going on in this movie. If you lay it out cohesively, cut all the padding and all the bullshit, the story is ridiculously simple. An American real estate developer kills some immigrants, gets tracked down by an Interpol agent, has a face-off.
The same Anna who said that Alex Jones wasn't anti-Semitic. Yeah.
Escapes and kills some more. That's it. That's it. And this incredibly simple concept is instead chopped and reordered to try and give the impression that there's this cat and mouse game going on between Sanders and the Interpol agent tracking him down. So we get our first action scene of the movie soon, and I use that loosely because while the trailer might try and make this look like a real action romp, all the action is between two scenes and consist entirely of Armie Hammer standing completely still, shooting at people who don't shoot back and die in fountains of blood. Then we get these other scenes they chopped up and sprinkled throughout the film of him just loading guns in this knockoff Tony Scott hyper-saturated filter and recording his incel manifesto videos. It's not clear where he posts these to, where people find them. It's more padding and scenes that basically exist so Uwe Boll can directly bitch at you through boomerisms about society failing and being sick and full of cancer. So he's giving some screed about how all the people are just being used. And this is unironically just a super gritty version of an Asmongold stream talking about how the migrants are the ones killing us. Need to underline, this shithead is a landlord, which we will get to later. So we see this whole...
Which is so fucking funny. He's an American businessman. He's a fucking landlord who's in Europe. Just the general location of Europe.
Hilarious PNG camera overlay as he says, Clinton, Biden, Trump, you never see them on the front lines of any battle. Why? So then we watch him in his empty-ass Punisher apartment lifting weights in a full tracksuit. I guess Armie didn't get enough time to work off some of that no longer working in Hollywood weight. Not a lot of Armie's guns to show off on camera, I guess. And hey, who can blame him? Between the depression of having to appear in an Uwe Boll movie and the high caloric density of human meat, weight loss is an uphill battle. So these shadowy guys get out of a car in an alleyway. We don't know them. They're a bunch of white dudes I think they're trying to make look like a Middle Eastern mob or something, getting ready to shake down a business. And then we technically get the first shootout of the movie, by which I mean these three chumps walk into an entirely dark room, go, "What happened to the lights?" And then we see brief still flashes of Armie Hammer just pointing guns and shooting them. God. And then that's it. That's it. We cut right back to more social media reactions that are zoomed way the fuck out and take up 1/8 of the screen. And there's no story at this point. There's no setting. There's no cohesion or even a through line. Even the social media praise is just reaffirming the shit Uwe Boll already thinks about how cool it is to kill people. So Costas Mandylor talks about how the vigilante might be a China or Russian-backed terror cell during a news conference that they're apparently holding in front of a highway and like a mattress outlet. Interpol budget getting real sparse these days, I guess. Then Armie Hammer is on a bus when 3 kids come in and don't pay their $1.50 fare, to which the bus driver stops and says, "Hey, pay your fare." And they say, "Fuck you." So Armie steps in to pay and tries to...
They made him a landlord so he'd have the time to do so many useless things.
Give them a harsh lesson on the way of the world. He sits down and gives a whole speech about how your actions have ramifications, and if you don't pay, the cost of things goes up. Again, just more boomer Facebook problem about how respectful society should be run, and these youths are ruining it. So every frame Armie Hammer is in, he has this just constipated expression that seems to read like he really does know how far his career has fallen. When you see he's visiting someone in the hospital who's been brutalized, and he asked, "What do you want to happen to the men who did this to you?" And she says she wants them to go to jail for the rest of their lives. And then he debates that, oh, but it might take a trial for years on end. So then he asks her permission to go kill them, I guess. This is just something he does.
I love too how they just put him in these nondescript black clothes. like he's supposed to look like a cool guy, a cool, sleek guy, and it just looks stupid.
This guy who apparently nobody can ever find, he just goes to the victims of murders and rapes and asks them, "Hey, do you want me to go kill somebody?" And that's his whole thing, I guess. And then out of nowhere, we just cut to him, I guess, being interrogated. These scenes are never really properly set up, so I don't know, he might just be talking to himself. We're flashing back, again, also to a bar where he apparently left DNA. None of this has any setup. It's not even really explained later, it just also happens later.
It doesn't need to be.
The whole script is just, well then...
Yo, shout out! Oh, hey, I know that YouTuber. We have been sliving for this review. I was talking about this fuck-ass slop when it first was announced, and then when Uwe Boll tried to claim that Germany was silencing him. Germany was censoring his freedom of speech because he's telling the truth with his art. And he clearly wasn't saying that in any way to appeal to the most brain-dead right-wingers who would absolutely eat this up, namely Elon Musk. But yeah, this is so good. It's so good because I am not going to watch this. So thank you. Thank you for doing this for all of us.
And actually, and each new scene is trying to expand and be like, but this happened and we haven't seen or acknowledged it, which you can do like once for like a twist, but that's not a way to structure a whole film.
Wait, did you see that Uwe Boll did an AMA on Reddit? We went over it. It's so fucking funny. Every question is just cooking his ass. They're like, so why do you suck so much? Hey, why do you make such bad movies? Hey, how do you keep getting to make movies? Because you are so bad. Hey, question, why do you even bother? Because you fucking suck. I have somehow gotten this terrible movie beat. I did see the AMA as well. Yeah, just lots of laughs. Lots of laughs. You know, terrible movies, we need the reviews for them. because we don't want to go watch them, but we definitely want to watch videos on them.
Also, it's never made clear where he's being interrogated. The scene is another one that's just kind of peppered throughout with no connective tissue. And I'm pretty sure they just filmed it in some random broom closet because all these scenes are way close up and nothing else in the room is showing. Apparently, the Interpol chief was also at this bar that we didn't know. That
Yeah, so something that he does is he likes to shoot every scene from multiple use multiple camera angles. Okay. But then does all these really bizarre cuts between them as a way to show that things are moving forward, but it doesn't work because everything is so poorly done. Like he'll cut from one angle back to another, back again, but there's no new information, like nothing. So it's not just that from a storytelling perspective, he is such ass. It's the storytelling through the visuals as well, right? It's not just the script and the acting. It's all elements of Uwe Boll films that are just terrible.
Anybody was at and got a glass with his DNA. This comes back later and is also brought out of nowhere.
And I think he just reuses shots, and it makes you feel like you're insane. You're watching it and you go, I've seen this shot. These are the same shots. And there's no new information being communicated here. I feel like I've lost my mind.
Confusing as shit, this movie. So this scene then stops halfway through.
Wait for the raid party.
For him to go take pictures of a building under the guise of him doing some kind of building inspection. And then we just don't go back to the interrogation, but we cut to Costas Mandalore and someone saying, we've got a lock on him and they're going to pay this fucker a visit. Is this before he's captured, before the interrogation, afterwards? How did they find him? Doesn't matter. Apparently, this SWAT team is just rolling through this neighborhood with APCs to go have a firefight. Except, not really. Would you believe it's several minutes of them driving, him loading guns, them driving, him loading guns, they're driving, he's loading guns, they're driving. Yeah, technically this film is an hour and a half long. I think it'll probably be about 10 minutes though if you cut out all the padding like this. And then we're just back to him recording another manifesto video. I'm assuming they're trying to Tarantino it and do a flashback that the impending...
It's like when you've hit the bong too hard and you're like, am I hallucinating? Why do I have the sense of deja vu?
Raid is going to be present time and trying to set up his backstory with this. But that's the most charitable interpretation I can give this otherwise entirely incoherent and barely followable trash.
But without the purpose
The reality
of
is that Uwe Boll is just a terrible goddamn storyteller who can't manage to craft the most basic elements of a film. There's no effort into things like establishing shots to even help set these scenes. The movie just jumps around, sometimes going from one character, leaving a scene to another with the same character that is just somewhere else at a different time. And no reasoning is given. So he goes on talking about Nietzsche and the cold hard truth that we can change history. And then we go back to more driving as more SWAT teams are going to raid him. We get like complete nothing shots, like legitimate test footage B-roll shit to make sure the cameras were working. There's the shot. There's this just random shot where somebody was just aiming at a dashboard and they cut away for no fucking reason. And the music at this point also loops, and the sequence is so hilariously long. It's like the opening.
Movies like this and directors like Uwe Boll will make you appreciate actual good filmmakers. You will see actual craft, expertise, skill when you watch something like this and you go, oh, right, yeah.
Spaceballs. But for driving and loading guns, there are 3 or 4 sequences like this in the movie that are so bland and repetitive and go on for so long, they unironically become kind of hilarious because they would make for some really, truly exceptional parody in like a Naked Gun movie. So then Armie goes to what I'm assuming is a brothel. Hard to tell. Maybe these women are just very European. And he finds a girl he likes and negotiates a price with her and slips into a brothel room as this lame-ass GoldenEye 64 knockoff theme plays. And we get this awkward undressing scene as he tells her to get on the bed twice and has her give him a beach. So he's supposed to be this badass hero, but he's also exploiting a group of women.
Well, you know what? Honestly, that tracks. That's pretty meta. Wonder if they put that in because of Armie Hammer, the person.
Europe that are famously exploited and sex trafficked. And the most joyless, awkward sex scene since Ride to Hell Retribution plays out as the same droning, wannabe GoldenEye track plays. And hey, why not watch this for like 5 minutes? Except this brilliant and incredibly likable protagonist stops fucking her mid-coitus because he sees some mold on the wall and he stops to examine it. And he says, oh, it's mold. And he has this weird breakdown about her letting clients shower and not opening the window when they're done and allowing humidity because he is apparently the owner of the building.
No.
And then he throws her down and fucks her while he keeps looking at the mold like that one sex scene in American Psycho, except instead of looking at himself, he's just looking at mold on the wall. By the way, this scene never comes up again, has no bearing on the overarching story. It tells us nothing.
Oh my God, it is just like an Asmongold stream. Oh, the mold.
About this character, except that he's an exploitative sociopath asshole. And it seems only to exist so Uwe Boll could put some titties in the movie. So then we cut to stock footage city. What the fuck was the point of the brothel scene? Fuck you. Now we're in a club where some guys are trying to rizz up girls and drug them, and Costas is in the same bar when somebody recognizes him as that guy from Interpol and how nobody wants to catch this vigilante. I love how Europe, in all of Uwe Boll's just intense and nuanced description, feels like a Boston suburb where everybody knows each other. So here's where we get some really just prime improvised dialogue where one of the frat boys says, oh yeah, she's awesome, dude. Everybody here is awesome. And apparently Armie is here watching them. And it's just a coincidence that Costas Mandylor is there. So the guys are planning to drug the girls. They go to the bathroom. Armie switches the drinks. The guys end up drugged. And Costas Mandylor just watches this all played out, which, by the way, if you're a date rapist, I feel like rule number one is that you're not also going to be duped by Armie Hammer into leaving your own drink that you just drugged unattended, therefore giving somebody the ability to switch it on you.
Oh, how the turntables.
Far be it from me to critique the mind of Uwe Boll. So we cut from Costas leaving the bar to him and the SWAT team arriving at the raid from a brothel and a bar scene ago. 40 minutes in, we might get some action that isn't just still images between muzzle flashes. So then we get to pad time with them walking to the door. Shots of him loading guns, shots of them walking to the door, shots of him loading guns, shots of them walking to the door. It's shocking this thing even manages to surmount an hour and a half when they had to pad it this much for footage.
Well, as Elon Musk wrote on Twitter, where he posted the film for free for 48 hours, this is what people want to see.
So he's in this bizarre Killdozer AK-47 contraption that he waits in for like 5 minutes as the music loops again. Oh my God, please just let anything happen in this film. After, and I shit you not, like 4 minutes of just watching the SWAT team move, they break down the door and we cut to world news in the middle of this raid, where they ask if the risks associated with migrants outweigh the benefits, and if migrants are contributing more to societal costs than economic gains, it may be time to reevaluate migration policies. By the way, it should be noted, Armie Hammer's character is an American who the film also notes entered the country illegally. Just the fucking incoherent political ideology.
Yeah, but it's fine because he's a blonde white American landlord, and those are the kinds of people that we want entering into the country illegally.
So back at the raid, they breach the room and Armie Hammer tells them he has no interest in killing them, but if they get in his way, blah blah blah. So they try to fire at this giant impenetrable metal shell as this royalty-free samba music begins to play, and we just get showers of gore. And they decide to keep sending.
Also, I'm so sorry. This idea that law enforcement would be spending resources and really anything at all to be tracking down someone like Armie Hammer. So basically, the point being, to get into the mind of Uwe Boll, he's trying to say that the government and governmental agencies are on the sides of they're on the side of these criminals. And that's why they're not stopping them, and they're just letting them in to murder innocent blonde white women. They are, yeah, we love cops, but also not when they are clearly working with these dangerous Muslims to let them in the country to freely rape and murder.
In more people into this AK-47 meat grinder, even though some of them have ballistic shields, which just glitch out of existence once they enter the room, and nobody decides, hey, maybe we should like breach the wall behind him or something. Like a line of dudes just gets perforated, and the SWAT commander goes, okay, send in the next ones. And they go in the room and just stand around. And this is the second and last action scene of the film. Sure, fucking why not? So the tone is all over the place here, because the music seems to think this is like a Kingsman style, super cool, badass action scene. But everything else has been this incredibly dour, gritty tone piece. So what the fuck are we doing here, man? And then we go after this, after he kills 20 cops with no segue to somebody's house that they've very obviously tried to make look like a business office. And here's where you kind of find out that he's a landlord, and he tells his coworker, or I guess subordinate, that anybody who can't pay rent needs to be evicted. And the subordinate says, but that could take up to 7 months. And because Armie Hammer is an asshole, he's like, well, I don't care. I just want him evicted. And then we get a little bit of backstory when the coworker says, oh, we sure miss your father. And they let it drop that, oh, Armie Hammer never really knew his dad and was also sent off to the military. This is the only backstory or even mildly characterizing thing that happens for this entire film. This is it. So after this, he's then informed that the government wants to seize unused housing for migrants. You know, just, how dare the government take that inherited, unearned property of a landlord who's getting rich off of poor people. Damn them. And then we just leave that scene and go back to his apartment where he's loading more guns. And then we're back to him walking around and apparently going into another bar. And I like this one because it has the word smoothie in a neon sign on the background. And he takes a seat at the bar and says it's been a long day to the bartender. Long day of being a murdering landlord just really takes it out of you, I guess. But, oh, hold on to your pants, because we cut to an interrogation clip and then we're back at the aftermath of the raid. Why did they go there in the first place, by the way? What
the
drew
only
them
thing that can save Europe is an American landlord.
there? Even though they were also standing right outside, apparently he escaped and nobody noticed from this giant steel box that was apparently sealed. Whatever. So now he's just showing up at some random schlub's house who we don't know who it is, who apparently his daughter was sexually assaulted and the perpetrators were let go. And he does his whole shtick of asking, ooh, did they want justice? And then he fucking walks away like the mysterious stranger. And Costas then visits the girl from...
I love how much this is trying to be about, you know, protecting women, right? We need to save women, protect women. And all the female characters either work in a brothel being exploited by Armie Hammer or are being raped and murdered by dangerous Muslims.
Earlier, who we've also never seen connected to anything, and promises to put the bad guys who roughed her up in jail. And then he finds out that Sanders, the killer, has already been there, and she says how friendly he was and how he asked if she wanted justice. And maybe the point of mixing up all of these scenes was to make it so confusing nobody would even try to piece this bullshit together. So then Sanders is just out on a walk, just walking in Europe still. We're still just in Europe.
We must protect the
And
props.
he comes across the punk kids from the bus at the beginning of the movie, and they're roughing somebody up, so he beats the shit out of them and breaks all their limbs. And there's a half hour left of the movie and not a climax or even so much as forward momentum in sight. So back at the raid, they're still, I guess, investigating the one single action scene in the movie. All the cops are just looking at the other dead cops being like, damn, this shit was dumb as hell. So they go to open his little steel box, and then we're cutting to him somewhere else, apparently getting ready to drug a politician who is a judge that we will learn let all these people go free, and he's getting revenge for their families and whatever. And as the judge walks up, Armie Hammer calls him Judge Reinhold. Sure, man. Uwe Boll hasn't pissed off enough people. Why not? Why not add Judge Reinhold to the list? What has he done since Beverly Hills Cop 4? So apparently he gives the judge heroin, and then he goes on this dumbass tirade while the judge is just sitting there in his car just blitzed out. And we get another unintentionally hilarious scene as ARMIE is telling him about betraying Western society and we must preserve a future. And the judge is just sitting there like, damn, man, that's crazy, dude. So the SWAT team then back at the raid house.
It makes perfect sense because to these kinds of dudes, women are property, and for someone to devalue their property is an affront to them as the property owner, which is also why the hero's a landlord. Yeah. Also, they don't care about women. ARMIE Hammer, the actor starring in this, Uwe Boll, the director, who just uses women, but also a specific kind of woman. Okay. It's not all women. It's blonde, white women who are used as these damsels in distress who exist as nothing but a prop to brutalize in order to send the message that we need to save these women.
House opens the box and it's rigged with explosives, and we spend several minutes like mournfully going over all the injured police officers. In the same room, we had a fucking mambo breakdown when they were getting killed. I need you to just pick a tone, Uwe. So Costas is now gravely injured from the explosion, and the voiceover talks about how human beings are like sheep and they're so easily led. And to prove it, ARMIE Hammer's character, the hero, runs another car off the road, and the car flies into the background, flips over, and then dies by like a PNG explosion effect. Sure, why not? Who gives a shit? Uwe Boll really said, here's my super cool protagonist who has to pay for sex, kills random drivers on highways, and is a landlord who evicts poor people. And then Uwe said, let's take this character's opinions very seriously. So back at the 52 cop pickup, we watch some random scenes of the bodies being loaded for no real reason before we're back in the middle of just some Croatian highway, like the opening of Resident Evil 4. And he covers the politician in alcohol, slits his wrist to try and make it look like the dumbest suicide ever. And then he just splits. That's it. That's all for that plot thread that went nowhere. We got like 15 minutes left. So, and then we cut to another house that he's paying a visit to. This time it's a Middle Eastern family. And he says he just wants to talk to his son. So he holds the dad at gunpoint, holds the entire family at gunpoint, shoots the son in the leg, and apparently the son had previously, again, we hadn't seen any of this stuff, but we keep getting flashbacks like it's been a part of the movie. The son was apparently part of a rape gang that the girl from earlier was assaulted by and was let go from a judge. And that's his whole reason for going and killing these people. Yeah. And the kid feebly says that after the trial, he is sentenced to mental health care and they're getting therapy so they can work through their issues, which is, yeah, dude, you want to reduce recidivism through care. And apparently this girl we've never seen before was there and also said on social media that the girl her brother raped deserved it for, quote, dressing.
Yeah, like I said, remember, it's not all women. It's specific kind of women for these supremacists, and they're white women.
Wrong, and making boys horny by showing off legs and breasts. That's a direct quote. And then he asks the dad, oh, are these the values you teach your children? And the dad says, I teach them the values of the Quran. I'm not joking. That's verbatim. In case you were ever in doubt that this is like explicitly a white neo-Nazi screed of a film. And then he asks if these are their values, why'd they come to the West? Why didn't they just stay home? And most of ARMIE Hammer's dialogue is just one-sided conversations from racist Facebook commenters laying out and affirming their old worldview in paragraphs with very little relation to reality. So for example, he says, and I quote, I don't think it was the good ones that got out of your country. I think it was the bad ones. And you brought with you your archaic value system and commitment to religion over democracy and rule of law.
Oh, but again, ARMIE Hammer had no idea that this film was what this film was. That he burst into tears when he first saw it. You know what I think it is? It's because I think he saw it and he knows enough to go, oh, that's a bad movie. That's a bad movie. He didn't have a problem with the actual material. He's in the fucking scene, saying the lines. It's because it's so bad And because so many people, aside from Elon Musk and his sycophantic freaks, have been like, yeah, wow, this is worst movie of the year, making fun of Armie Hammer's flop comeback. Like how pathetic he is to be in projects like this.
Just fucking
realizing his career is over. And so now he's trying to take the tactic of doing damage control, of like making himself out to be some sympathetic victim, where this is all he can get as he's trying to reignite his career, and that it's hateful and disgusting. It's not the film that he thought it was. Where it's like, is he trying to do woke but also not woke? Where he's still trying to be like, I'm a victim of cancel culture. It's not fair. It's not fair. But then be like, this movie was disgustingly hateful.
Shakespeare, this guy. Bold, by the way, to cite rule of law in a movie praising the extrajudicial murder and vigilante justice, but whatever. He tells the kid to invite his rape friends over, and two of the friends come over, and he just kills them and then shoots the whole family. Mom, daughter, everybody. Just shoots them point blank, completely remorseless. And we fade to black. And you might be thinking, oh, okay, this is the movie's over. And we go by like 10 seconds, and we open back up, and we're in the same fucking room. It's just showing the bodies again. I don't know why they faded to black, but we got 10 minutes of the movie left, and Uwe Boll is going to make damn sure it's just as confusing as everything that came before. So the doorbell rings, and Armie goes to answer, and it's two more friends. And the music begins to swell, and it's like a fucking Naked Gun bit. Two more people enter, so he shoots them. And then two more people enter, and he shoots them too. In what I think is meant to be like a cathartic or climactic moment, but it feels so much closer tonally to that one SNL skit. Anyway, Costas Mandylor is in the hospital, having been burnt to a crisp. And
can you fade to black midstream and then just keep streaming like nothing happened? Yeah.
Armie calls him with a message to take to the government saying the people will not accept a takeover. So then Costas says, hey, man, you're like killing a bunch of innocent people. You got to stop. And Armie says, and I quote, these people never voted for what's happening. This is an unfriendly takeover by the Islamic extremists and the blindsided woke left. That is a, I shit you not, direct quote that comes in the last 5 minutes of the movie. If this takeover is successful, they say all freedom will be gone. The only option is to murder people to uphold democracy, I guess. So then we get some factoids like a Hitler Youth after school special. Apparently, the World News says that there's been over 100,000 violent crimes by immigrants.
He didn't know. I believe him. Just like he said he didn't abuse those women, right? Armie Hammer, he's always telling the truth.
Last year alone. And honestly, if that's for all of Europe, that's not, I don't know, that's not that many. There's a lot of people in Europe, man. So then we cut from that to Armie Hammer just directly inciting a race war through his little manifesto video, saying it's time for everyone to follow his lead and show, quote, these fuckers aren't going to get away with it anymore. And we close on a card saying this film is dedicated to the thousands of rape and murder victims in Europe who were betrayed by our legal system. Like it's the fucking ending of Rambo 3, but instead of the Mujahideen, they're trying to fucking rally all the basement white nationalist incels. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
God.
Look, man, you had to try really hard to beat Melania for worst movie of the year. Hell, that piece of oligarchy propaganda had to already fight against the most bastardized version of Animal Farm and Amazon Security State Chris Pratt film. But even in the middle of that scrum, Uwe Boll comes in like a wrecking bowl, so to speak. This bullshit blows them all, even Melania, out of the water, and it's not even close. On the execution level, this is an embarrassing display of ineptitude that cannot manage the basics necessary to be called an action film. Hell, this thing is so incoherent, it barely qualifies as a film. On the most basic level, even something like Melania had a starting and an end point you could reasonably follow. None of it was good. It was all shit. But at least it had that. I didn't think movies could get this bad. But worse than its putrid quality is the intention of the work, which is solely based in paranoia, bigotry, and promoting open violence against refugees, migrants, and even just regular citizens.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is fascist propaganda, but also propaganda is maybe even too generous of a word for this movie because it's so fucking incoherent. Propaganda is when you take a political ideology, when you have a philosophy, and you attach a good story to it, right? Like a compelling anecdote. You are marketing to an audience this ideology or philosophical belief system, and doing so by telling a compelling story, right? That gets people engaged, and therefore then you can disseminate your ideology to the audience. But this is so piss poor. Yeah, propaganda is supposed to be convincing people of an ideology through a medium. Piss poor that it's only the dumbest, most racist fuckers like Elon Musk who go, yes, this is exactly what we need. Absolutely. And of course it's disgusting and racist and misogynistic and grotesque. I mean, what? So now it's time for us to kill immigrants and their families who we have decided are bad. And of course, in this ideology, it's because they're Muslim, right? Black, brown, those are the bad kinds of immigrants. Armie Hammer, good kind of immigrant.
All of it is argued from the perspective of an unlikable, morally debased monster that the film and its creator treat like an aspirational hero. I know Uwe Boll won't seek it, but genuinely, this guy needs therapy. If not to deal with his internalized mental issues that he's clearly working through, then to help him deal with the knowledge that he only cements his legacy as the worst filmmaker of all time each time he puts out a shit pile like this. His Wikipedia page currently notes that he's made 3 films widely regarded as among the worst ever. And after this, I guarantee Citizen Vigilante will be bringing that category up to 4.
Yeah, I mean, it is so absurd that it sits at, what, a 96% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, which I'm sure is truly... It is not the result of any astroturfing. Nothing. I'm sure people of all backgrounds, belief systems, ideologies, races, religions, I'm sure they saw that and went, wow. Now that's what we've been waiting for. That and the live action Moana. Shout out. That was awesome. Dead Domain. You are so funny. That was so good. Thank you for watching that absolute trash heap and making a video on it. We appreciate your service. Thank you so much. I wonder what the score on Letterboxd is. Well. Yeah, go follow Dead Domain, y'all, on YouTube. Citizen. Okay. The first review. Fuck you. It has a 2.0. Okay. First review. Fuck you. Next review by Will Menaker. A movie made for people who involve... A movie made for people who invoke grok to win arguments on Twitter and then get mad at it when it doesn't agree with them. Yeah, that is the best way to describe that. AKA Elon Musk. Literally Elon Musk. It's his own goddamn AI, and he has had to constantly change it because it's not been to his liking. Okay. Next, racist, stupid, poorly made. I'd be offended if I wasn't so bored. As always, fuck Uwe Boll and anyone who supports this cynical trash. Edit. Wow, you Nazis really like doing and saying Nazi shit, huh? First time I've ever had to moderate comments on Letterboxd, and surprise, surprise, All the shitbags were people who have never interacted with my account before, single issue voters, and what an issue they picked. Yeah, so certainly no astroturfing or right-wing loser bozos who are going to every place where Citizen Vigilante is being reviewed. This one's all in German, and I think it just says, fuck you, fuck this trash. Heartwarming. Bald German idiot has 30-year movie-making career despite never learning to compose or edit frame. Until all the racist chuds who keep eating up boring, badly made dog shit like this because it spews all the white supremacist Ben Shapiro talking points about non-white immigrants they consume on YouTube all day, we will never get the good right-wing directors they so yearn for. The one little amusing tremor of eccentricity here is that this is a landlord rights movie. Basically a Batman film, but if Batman was a Reform UK barn pot who subscribed to the Joe Rogan podcast. Okay, here's one. Nick and Caleb. 5 stars. Here's the thing about this film. Even if you fully agree with the messaging where you're like, yes, we need to kill all Muslims. We need to kill all these black and brown migrants. Kill them all. Even if you agree with the Nazi slop, the construction of the film, like, it's bad. Everything about it is terrible. Like, it's bad filmmaking. It's objectively bad filmmaking. But this is how brain dead these psychos are. Anyway, here's their review. The final line of this movie is possibly a crime in certain European countries. From your older brothers. Congrats, y'all. We brought an Uwe Boll movie into a public conversation, I guess in the end, just to prove how far our society is degenerated. And then this just goes on and on. Speaking of Elon Musk, couldn't help but had to ask my kitchen psychologist and all this upper class citizen, super capitalist landlord with a bad temper and a nasty father stuff. Did you detect his life story in this one? Watched this one over Discord with a bunch of buddies. It really fucking sucks, but man, there's some unintentionally funny bullshit in it. How nobody posted the really pathetic workout montage in the beginning, no idea. Yeah, usually I'd never say this kind of thing, but fuck this movie, fuck anybody that genuinely likes it. They're so blinded by their vitriol that they will support slop like this to support their ideology. They're like, yeah, this is the greatest thing ever made. And my favorite podcast is Joe Rogan. And Elon Musk is the coolest guy ever. And that's why people are jealous of him. That's my trillionaire. Chris, thank you for the 6 months. Italic Man, thank you for the 29 months. Did you see that it's getting a PS5 game? Wait, what? What's getting a PS5 game? This? No.
Everything I do for you. I can't sit here and watch the system stay asleep for our system anymore. The truth is, you're all being used.
Based on the movie by Uwe Boll, Citizen Vigil. Is this fake? This has to
Everything I do.
This is not.
I do for you.
Joe Blow Movie Network. No, this cannot be real. Citizen Vigilante? Yeah, I think that thing was AI generated. It's coming out very soon. You know it's going to be good. That it's coming out this fast and it's based on Uwe Boll's movie. It's going to be so good. GTA 6, please. GTA 6 is going to have to rethink their release. Oh my God. On July 6th, a trailer for the game dropped showcasing first-person shooter gameplay with graphics. So they're just doing like a basic FPS with graphics somewhere in between PS2 and PS3. A synopsis for the games, is it just all AI? Crime has taken over the city. Corruption reaches the highest levels of power. As Sanders, you decide to take justice into your own hands. Hunt down criminals, uncover conspiracy, and fight your way through intense action across a large urban environment.
Everything I do.
Oh, it's the same bullshit. AI is so fascist coded. Really is. The game set to release on July 17th. Will reportedly feature 8 story missions, combat with gore and dismemberment, vehicles, and an original soundtrack from the official film. The Citizen Vigilante game comes as the movie experienced a bit of a Streisand effect after it was banned and subsequently heavily promoted on social media, aka Elon Musk. The film had been banned in Germany before being granted an 18+ rating for theaters, but this doesn't apply to streaming services, downloads, or physical media. Defending the film, Bull said the movie is not against migration, it's against criminals. It's against drug dealers, school bullies in one scene, and people who try to harm women in another scene. It's not only about one specific crime, but those things also happen. And that's the point where the main character feels that these people are not punished. They don't even go to jail or get removed from the country. We have cases like this, especially in Germany, where people commit serious crimes and don't receive proper punishment. Yeah, this is 100% just AI generated slop. The fact that it's coming out on July 17th. I've done the math, and with its popularity, it could be on track to make literally hundreds of dollars. Yeah, I think it was a $2 million budget. It is on track to make hundreds of dollars. The game is going head to head with the release of Odyssey. I think Nolan will have to delay his movie. Yeah. It's so easy to sell garbage to right-wing people. I know. The same crowd that will always like scream about woke bullshit in movies and video games and how, these companies just sell this hollow, diverse BS because of woke, when it's like these are the people who eat this shit up. They eat this shit up. They're like, yes, that is true art. That's my kind of entertainment. I don't know if this is a stupid question, but who the fuck is Uwe Boll? A loser. A real loser. No, he is, in addition to being a loser, he's a German filmmaker who was best known for his straight-to-DVD video game adaptations that are really bad. His films are critical and commercial failures. Does it for the tax loopholes and also because he has worms for brains. He's responsible for some of the worst video game movies ever made. Yeah, but he funded his shit through a very lucrative German tax shelter loophole, which ended in the early 2000s. And then I guess since then he's self-financed. I don't know. I'm sure he's got some real sketchy financial streams. Some are unintentionally funny, but mostly shit. Yeah. And then one time he fought all of his critics in a boxing ring. He is 61. He's 61 years old. This is so funny. Armie Hammer freaked the fuck out. First time he saw it, he was in tears. He called me and said, "Fuck, this is disgusting." According to the source, Hammer feels like he didn't really know what he was signing up for. I think he knew it certainly leaned toward the right, but Uwe works in a very frantic way. It's not like he sent him a 100-page script. When he saw the final product, he was like, "That was not the movie I thought we made." He's like, "Wait, I thought I killed even more Muslims. I thought there were scenes of me killing even more Muslim immigrants. There's only the one, even though it's referenced throughout the film. They tricked me." Oh boy, oh boy. Taco Ninja, thank you for the 7 months. Josie, thank you for the 4. What did you think you were saying in that final scene? I know. Yeah. Speaking of brain dead, McConnell, I'm still saying high-key dead. Okay? I don't believe any of this. I'll believe it when I see it. But also just the fact that he is in terrible health, has been in terrible health, is old as hell, is like constantly, freezing up. We're experiencing other health issues. And we're still like, no, he's fine. No, he's great. He's going to be back. He's going to be back. Talk about a comeback. So with all the rumors swirling around that Mitch McConnell is Deadsville, according to 2 Republicans who've claimed to have spoken individually to Mitch McConnell, that he is doing well. He's doing well. John Thune, who's the Senate Majority Leader, said he had spoken with McConnell by phone on Monday and that the two had a lengthy and substantive conversation that covered a variety of topics, including national security and also the live-action Moana film. Yeah, so what are his last words he's uttering? Like, to bomb Iran. They're like, yeah, let's make sure that we're going ahead with that. As leader, Thune is generally kept up to date on illnesses and absences. But it's funny because the aides have still not released any information about his condition. They're like, our lips are sealed. None of your business. Senator John Barrasso had a 20-minute conversation allegedly with him on Tuesday. They discussed Senate races ahead of the midterm elections, the Supreme Court, and other topics. Senator McConnell was fully engaged and is eager to get back to the Senate.
Do you think he'd be willing to call into the show? Could we get him on the phone now?
I wasn't really...
Do you think he'd be willing to call into the show? Could we get him on the phone now?
I wasn't really expecting him to call this morning, to be honest. So when the phone rang and I was able to talk.
Like, okay, are they using an AI voice of Mitch McConnell? Is that what's happening here? That they're like, all right, we got to keep this going. We got to keep the shtick going because we need him. We need him to keep casting votes in the Senate. We need him to keep doing his bullshit. So
to him, I was frankly pretty grateful. I mean, as I said, I've known him since I was a teenager.
Did they make a TTS?
If it hadn't been for Mitch McConnell and the McConnell Center at the University of Louisville, I would never have been able to go to college. He's been my mentor and he changed the trajectory of my life. So, when things happen.
Yeah, hi, it's me, Mitch McConnell. I am alive. Yeah, apparently these convos were all by phone, so it's entirely possible they're using a Mitch McConnell AI voice.
And happen to people in your life that you really care about, you know, you just sort of naturally feel extremely worried. So when I heard his voice today, and he was clearly keeping up with stuff, that made me happy to hear from him, because like everybody else, I've been, you know, somewhat in the dark about it. But to hear him talking and to know that he's also talking to the Senate.
Like everybody else, I thought, this fucker's dead. But nope, talk to him about all sorts of things. You know, he said he was meeting with Charlie Kirk, which I was a little bit confused by, but, you know.
Leadership, it made me pretty happy.
He had a meeting
the
set
mega
up.
media ecosphere,
That he had just seen him.
Has
Actually,
been
but he was
driving
gonna see him
a
again.
lot of the questions about where Mitch McConnell has been and what has happened to him. You, of course, are in tune with that in the role you have.
It's literally this. Hey guys, it's me, Mitch McConnell. I'm alive and well. I talked with Scott Jennings about various things today. Glory to Israel.
On your radio show, do you think they should put out a picture of Mitch McConnell, that he should release more to the public to quiet this noise?
Yeah, I think Al had a good point about McConnell's general disposition towards privacy. I sometimes wonder, like, if I were laying in a hospital bed, would I want a bunch of people around photographing me? Probably not, particularly if I were an 84-year-old person who's normally private about his health. Probably not. But I take the criticism. I think it's a fair question about transparency.
Here's the thing. If you're a regular person, no. When you're Mitch McConnell, who is a fucking public servant because he's a senator, Mitch McConnell, who's one of the most powerful figures in modern U.S. politics.
I think it's a fair question about whether they've done enough. But ultimately, these office holders, you know, they're in charge of their own operations. And you know, it may be somebody around him says, let's put out a picture, and he doesn't want to do it. I think that's a fair observation from Al. But all I can tell you today is all the rumors.
Somebody needs to do an investigation. Go into the hospital, do some scheme where you go do an investigation, because I do not believe this.
About him being dead or brain dead, or, you know, his body's being hidden somewhere. I've seen all kinds of crazy things on the internet.
It's so crazy. You know, people saying like Mitch McConnell is actually totally dead, and they're just pretending that he's alive and doing AI on his voice and all sorts of crazy things, because he's definitely not dead. So anything that's being said online is just nuts. He's actually never been better. He actually could probably play in the World Cup. You know, Lionel Messi don't need him when you got Mitch McConnell.
Obviously not true, because he picked up the phone and called me, and that was a good thing.
All right, well, let him know. Our phone lines are open here at the arena. Should he
Long-time listener,
should he wish
caller.
to call in, as someone who covered many of his Senate campaigns, not as many, of course, as Al Cross.
This uncomfortable laughter. Well, we would love to hear from him. Since he's alive and doing well, apparently. Yeah, he's definitely not dead. So hopefully we'll get to talk to him soon.
But a couple. Al, thank you very much.
Well, anyway. Yeah, are they getting out the Ouija board? Anyway, I'm sticking by what I said. Maybe it's manifesting, but his wife went to China. Yes, Elaine Chao went to China. Yes, she's still there. Not interesting. Your husband is on death's door, right? Not doing great. And you leave? Well, it was a very important China trip. All right, y'all. Next up, we are going to talk about this controversy involving the film Children of Blood and Bone, which is an adaptation film adaptation of the book by the same name that was written by Tomi Adeyemi. And the controversy this week was that Tomi Adeyemi has announced in a very messy way, without like really giving details, but alluding to it being a big old mess, that she has detached her name. She is officially separating from this. She wants nothing to do with it. She has been she's blocked Amandla Stenberg, who is starring as one of the main characters in the film. So I saw this and I was like, I wonder what this is. So I started to take a look at it, and it seems like it's a real mess. And I think there's a couple things that are going on here. I think one, there are the legitimate criticisms of the film's casting, which, funny enough, was not from Tomi Adeyemi. And in fact, from what I read, she was very supportive of Amandla Stenberg. One point had said like Zendaya or Tessa Thompson could also play the role. So the criticism over colorism in the film's casting is one that is a legitimate conversation and an ongoing issue, not just in Hollywood, but of course globally. The issue of colorism, which people need to understand the difference between colorism and racism. Amandla Stenberg is somebody who has come under fire a few times because they have been cast repeatedly in roles that were characters written to be darker skinned, and Amandla Stenberg is lighter skinned. So that has been an ongoing thing. And there's Gaza. I'm so sorry. I've been, my schedule's been wacky. I've had a lot going on in my personal life. I promise you that I'm going to try to figure out a time. So I know I appreciate your work. I'm super, of course, wanting to support you. I'm trying to figure out a time that I can do a showing of that. I got you. Okay. So there's the colorism aspect of this that is a legitimate criticism, but that is separate from the Tomi Adeyemi of it all. And from what I have read and heard from people who worked internally, people who worked at Tomi's publishing company, who have worked with her in some capacity, that she is a person who creates a lot of problems and has burned a lot of bridges and has caused a lot of strife because of the way that she goes about all things. So let's take a look and dive in. So I just wanted to like kind of separate those two things, because the conversation over the issue of colorism and colorism as it pertains to not just Children of Blood and Bone, but in general in the film industry and in media. But then what the hell is going on with Tomi Adeyemi? She has a reputation in the publishing world. Yes. People who have worked with her who have said that it was the absolute worst experience that they have ever had. And now the way that she is posting about Amandla Stenberg, who she previously had advocated for Amandla's casting, and now is like showing text messages, but text messages that don't really clearly show Tomi as like actually being in the right here on whatever the hell happened. And the fact that she the fact that there's a long history here, and people who are familiar with her work and her antics have been talking about the fact that this is pretty par for the course with how she operates. And so this news that she's now having nothing to do with the movie adaptation for supposed behind the scenes conflict seems to be the latest in a history here of burning bridges with just about everybody that she works with. And one thing I will say about her is that she does not seem to care who it is. She does not seem to care who it is. She will engage in some serious conflict and burn any and all bridges. Should I still read her book? This is the first time I've heard about this issue. I am not here to tell you what to read and what not to read. If you had been thinking of reading Children of Blood and Bone, go for it. Just letting you know that as far as this movie adaptation goes, Tomi Adeyemi has announced that she is laying down her sword, officially separating her name because, quote, I can't keep being hurt and attacked behind the scenes. All right, let's see what we got here. We've got
discourse, but I can say I do remember seeing switch up. I feel like
actually, let me start off with this thread. I'll say if you do read them, just know after the first book, she uses a ghostwriter to some level. Yeah. So there have been there has been there have been claims that she used a ghostwriter for the other books in the series, and apparently when she had done the first book and it was very successful, she then took a really long time in between the first and second because she was doing a bunch of other stuff, going to like the Met Gala, rubbing elbows with a lot of celebrities, which she seems to be more interested in kind of the celebrity element of being an author than necessarily the writing itself and the fans of her books. So that's kind of a thing there. And then one thing that happened too was when she had accused this other author named Nora Roberts of plagiarism. And Nora Roberts is a very, very prolific, well-known author in the romance genre. And she just went on Twitter. I think it was Twitter. She went online and without any evidence claimed that Nora Roberts had plagiarized Tomi's book title. So Tomi's book, which is Children of Blood and Bone, and then Nora Roberts, whose second book in a series was called Of Blood and Bone, went online and said, this is stolen, yada, yada. First of all, you can't steal a book title. Like you cannot copyright a book title. But secondly, this book that Nora Roberts had written was sent to the publisher. They have the same publisher, was sent to the publisher a year before Tomi's book came out. So that was like a whole scandal and controversy in the literature world, and another kind of mark against Tomi and the way that she operates, how she just kind of steamrolls ahead with whatever version she wants people to think. Accusing Nora Roberts of plagiarism is extra wild because Nora Roberts is notorious for going after plagiarizers, especially on behalf of smaller authors who don't have the financial ability to do themselves. Yeah, Nora Roberts has been around a long time, has a lot of fans, as a really renowned author in the genre. And so here's the story on that. Things have taken a turn since bestselling author Tomi Adeyemi apologized for publicly accusing American literary juggernaut Nora Roberts of plagiarism, though she didn't delete the original tweet. Yesterday, we reported that Tomi Adeyemi called out Nora Roberts for what she saw as an unfair use of her title, saying that Roberts was seeking to shamelessly profit from her work. Everything seemed to have been cleared up. She said in a follow-up tweet that she had talked to Roberts. Adeyemi apologized, and it looked like everything had been resolved. But today, Roberts, in a statement posted on her blog, criticizes Adeyemi for using social media forums to baselessly and recklessly accuse her of stealing the title of her book. According to the statement, her book had been written and sent to the publisher 1 year before Adeyemi's book was published. She also talks about they also have nothing to do with each other. Totally, totally separate. She also talks about being relentlessly attacked on social media by Adeyemi's followers and accuses the debut author of inciting her fans to attack her while refusing to put out the fire after several requests sent to her and her agent. Here is the statement that Nora Roberts wrote. I'm not on Twitter. I've said before and will again. I'd rather be poked in the eye with a burning stick than tweet. I feel that. I'm only on Instagram and Facebook because the amazing Laura runs the show. I write. I spend my days working, my evenings either working or with my family or zoned in front of the TV, basically brain dead. I don't spend much time on social media, but I recognize its power. I appreciate its ability to connect writers with readers, and I also understand how easily it can be weaponized to incite flame wars. So I'm very careful with my use of it, and Laura is even more so. I write. It's what I do, what I love, and what I've spent 3 decades learning how to do well, or as well as I possibly can. But there are a lot of authors who spend a great deal of time on social media. Some are absolute geniuses with the tool and use them beautifully. Others, not so much. I don't believe and have never believed in taking personal issues onto public forums. I don't believe and have never believed, will never believe, in a writer attacking another writing on a public forum. It's unprofessional, it's tacky, and the results are always ugly. Nora Roberts is literally 75 years old. She's been around for a long time. Recently, another writer used her social media forums to baselessly, recklessly accuse me of stealing the title of her book, which is bullshit, right off, to attempt to profit from this theft. She had no facts, just her emotions, and threw this out there for her followers. First, let's address the particular title, which happens to be similar. I titled this particular book, wrote this book, turned this book into my publisher nearly a year before her book, a first novel, was published. So unless I conquered the time and space continuum, my book was actually titled before hers. Regardless, you can't copyright a title, and titles like broad ideas just float around in the creative clouds. It's what's inside that counts. It's just a title. By accusing me in public of attempting to shamelessly profit off her creativity, she incited her readers into attacking me on her feed, then on my pages, then on the internet in general. She did nothing to stop this. I have been accused of theft, of trying to use this first-time writer whose book has been well received for my own profit. Also, Nora Roberts doesn't need to do this. She's, as I said, she is like legendary in the book world, specifically in the romance genre. She's been around for fucking ever. I've been accused of theft, to write her coattails, that I have no originality. This after more than 30 years in the business, more than 200 books. Nora Roberts could have no title and the book would sell. I was accused of plagiarism for a title, of stealing her ideas, though I had never heard of her book before this firestorm, have never read her book. And trust me, I never will now. This is what happens when a reckless statement is made on social media. It becomes a monstrous lie that spreads and grows and escalates. I don't know this woman. She doesn't know me. She lit the match foolishly. Perhaps being young and new and so recently successful, she doesn't fully understand the relationship between a writer and her readers, or the power of an ugly insinuation posted on Twitter. I think she does. But God, you should know how tools work before you use them. We should all take a lesson here. Think, then think again before you post. Be sure of your facts before you take a shot at someone. Be prepared for the vicious fallout once you do. Could you have dug a little deeper to check facts? Could you have contacted the person in question and had a conversation? In this case, writer to writer. Could you have spoken to your publisher, your agent, about the fact that a title can't be stolen in the first place? Could you have perhaps checked the timeline? If your book came out a few months before the other book, and if you know squat about publishing, you'd certainly realize it was written, titled, and in production when yours hit the stands. So how could a damn title be stolen? To be accused of plagiarism by some faceless reader on the internet, one who felt entitled to spread that lie, gutted me. I have been plagiarized and will always have an open wound from the blow. To me, plagiarism is the most terrible sin that a writer can commit. I've worked my entire career to build a foundation of professionalism, of teamwork with my publisher, to create a community with other writers, and to show readers that I value them, not just with communication, but by doing my best to give them good books. No one who knows me would believe any of these accusations, but that's the problem. Those making them don't know me. They simply lash out because they can. This foolish and false statement has damaged my reputation. Vicious and ugly accusations and names have been tossed at me when I did nothing but write and title a book. While this writer issued a kind of retraction after I reached out to her, it didn't stop some of her readers from calling me a liar and worse. We reached out again, asking her to put out the fire. We've had no response, not from her, not from her agent. Shame on them. I had every intention of letting this go until the flames kept burning, until the attacks kept coming, and nothing was done by the person who lit the match to stop it. I don't like taking my issues public, but I will stand up for myself. I will defend my integrity and my reputation and my work. I'm appalled by this, sickened by it. I'm disgusted that people who don't know me would feel free to say such vicious things. I know very well the anonymity of the internet can foster such nastiness, but it still disgusts me. Words have great power to harm, to heal, to teach, to entertain. A writer, one who wants to forge a career with words, should understand that and use them as well as the tools at her disposal wisely. I'm very deliberately not mentioning the name of the writer who started this or the title of her book or mine. I don't want to escalate this any more than it has. I don't want my readers to go on the attack. It's not cool. I simply want to set the record straight. I am Nora Roberts. I'm a hardworking writer and an honest one. That is it. Nora saying she will never read any of her books is gag worthy because she is like a supportive author of other authors. Nora has been around a long time. She does not need to prove herself. She does not need to pull any pranks, any hijinks, any, do any sketchy type of behavior. And she has supported a lot of smaller authors. Like, she's an OG. And as far as the pattern of Tomi Adeyemi's behavior, this incident here only really paints the picture that Tomi behaves in very problematic manners, and the way that she treats people who are her peers, treats people who she has employed, treats people who she has worked with through agencies, publishing houses, etc., is by all accounts, by all extents, not good. Like, really, really not good. So now we come back to Children of Blood and Bone movie adaptation.
Like, my black card's getting revoked. Just a little habit to step into assumption. Black book thread specifically. We are not centering white opinions in this video.
Oh, wait, sorry. I meant to start with Tomi Adeyemi thread in history. Come follow me into the rabbit hole. If you want to know why Lucasfilm dropped this project, I'll give you one guess. No matter what they tell you, it's Tomi. She's a problem. I'm on a manless side. I've already seen enough of Tomi. It's not a manless fault. And then Tomi signed on to the dotted sign. Tomi Adeyemi had her book picked up in 2017, writes as well in 2017 from Fox for a movie. She amassed a large fan base with the book coming out in 2018 and landed a 7-figure deal. It's all downhill from here. About 8 months later after this, she accused Nora Roberts, which we just talked about. Tomi barely apologized for it. Nora was vindicated, but it definitely looked bad for Tomi, and the publisher fans backed away. Tomi's second book came out about a few months after Roberts' incident in 2019. Weaker book, but okay. No release date for book 3. It got delayed. COVID hit. People thought delayed for third book was normal. In late 2020, Lucasfilm announced they would make the movie and presented it on stage. Nothing in 2021 as the world still stopped. Then someone on Reddit books claimed they found notes and belongings in Tomi's trash. Apparently, Tomi threw out all her personal items and someone found her stuff and notes on her book series. As far as they knew, the publisher was dropping her and she threw a fit and dumped her stuff. Everything she had for book 3 was out the door. She went apeshit. Around the same time, someone also claimed that some of Tomi's second book had been ghostwritten, that while publishers dropped Tomi, they had to put the third book out, but she threw away everything on the book, so the book was scraped together by a ghostwriter and some notes. Controversy over third book went into 2022. Lucasfilm backed out of the movie, and it was shopped to Paramount. Third book came out in 2024, 5 whole years, and people were like, what the fuck is this? Poor reviews and ghostwritten. Casting begins in 2024. Tomi was supportive of Paramount casting in 2024, even though some weren't happy with it. She also advocated for Amandla and seemed happy about all of it and signed on the dotted line. Movie wrapped filming in 2025. Tomi announces her new book, The Siren. The publisher who dropped her apparently had another clause to fulfill because it was 6 books for Orisha. And since they don't have anything else in that series, Tomi did a new one. And get this, Tomi's face is on the cover. Yes, you heard that right. Tomi put her own face on her book, which is partially AI written, by the way, from some insiders. I'm not saying like this is all corroborated necessarily. Publishers should have found a better lawyer. 2026, Tomi says she can't support the movie and badmouthed Amandla, who she supported in 2024. Furthermore, she came out about the movie's support and now changes her mind. So you have an author bad-mouthing another author, got her book ghostwritten, had her movie dropped, bad-mouthing Cash she previously supported, and now writing a new book with her own face on it. Yeah, okay. She was seen as a prodigy and a lot of investment was put into her and she kind of imploded. Yeah, I've seen people talk about the various explainers here that that she's got some mental health stuff, which results in her kind of exploding at people and behaving really badly and treating people poorly and burning bridges. That the expectations, because she was seen as a kind of wonder kid, she was one of the first authors to get $1 million book deal, I believe. That she became more interested in the fame, in the celebrity element. That's why she was going to things like the Met Gala and wanting to put her face on the book cover, which is unusual, right? Unless it's an autobiography, you would not put your face on the book cover of a fictional novel. Like, that's just strange. That she's got, I don't know, some family trauma, whatever. But it's any of those things are not an excuse for treating people poorly and consistently behaving in ways that causes problems. And that is not the same thing as like women standing up for themselves and being labeled as difficult. Like these are accounts from a lot of people who are familiar with her, have worked with her, and then a lot a pattern of behavior in her professional career.
Sorry.
Anyway, I don't know what this video is, but I was trying to find somebody who was talking about this.
No. What's good, y'all? It's Jessie. We are here today to talk about the drama with Tomi Adeyemi and the Children of Blood and Bone movie. Tomi very publicly announced yesterday that she blocked Amandla Stenberg, basically said, keep my name out your mouth, and that she wants nothing to do with the adaptation of her viral book, Children of Blood and Bone. I'm not even going front. We just gonna get right into it. So in 2018, author Tomi Adeyemi wrote a novel titled Children of Blood and Bone, and readers went crazy. The fan base surrounding this book was so strong that many people believed we would see an adaptation for it one day. According to Google, Tomi Adeyemi first sold the rights in 2017 before her book even hit the shelves. The rights got sold to Fox 2000. Then when Fox closed, as Hollywood Reporter writes, when that iteration stalled, Adeyemi then sold the rights to Paramount Pictures in January of 2022. But now it's 2026. The film is about to come out in a matter of months. When the rights got sold, everybody was excited. And then we saw what the cast looked like. Then the controversy began. People had some very understandable concerns and critiques surrounding the makeup of the cast, especially with non-binary actor Amandla Stenberg poised to play.
Has Amandla talked about her? Not that I have seen from this recent blow up with the film.
Children of Blood and Bone's dark-skinned lead. Fans were especially frustrated considering this was not the first time Amandla has been criticized for stepping into a role that should have gone to another Black person. I'm of course referencing their casting in the adaptation of Angie Thomas's debut novel, The Hate U Give. The author seemed quite down with the casting when it happened, and many other fans were absolutely ecstatic about the casting as a whole, even if they weren't in love with some of the core choices. So many fans felt put in a predicament because how could they not be excited for the film considering some incredibly beloved Black actors slated to star? Tomi Adeyemi herself said that she loved the casting, and especially after that, things seemed mostly copacetic, which is exactly what the studio wants considering the film releases on January 15th of next year. Until the author released this fall.
Yeah, there's also I've seen criticisms of how Tomi, in seeming more interested in fame and power than actually providing a not just providing stories that speak to the speak to her Nigerian background, and she says that she wrote this book for the Nigerian diaspora, but she has like stayed silent during political events, like there were these anti-police brutality protests. Anyway, there's a lot.
Following statement on TikTok. You're seeing the author's face and text over it that reads, "Why don't you post about the adaptation of your first film adaptation anymore?" In the description,
the rest of the young leads are also first-gen African actors, except Omanla, which is relevant when the series is heavily influenced by Yoruba lore. That's part of the concern from fans. Right. So that's why there's two separate things here. There's the author, Tomi Adeyemi, and her history of being frequently embroiled in conflict and seemingly burning all these bridges down around her, going after people in really unfair ways. And then the other aspect here is that the issue of the casting with this film, because of how it could have provided an opportunity for lesser known actors, right? Actors whose skin colors reflective of the skin color of the characters in the books, that there are themes of colorism in the book itself.
You can see Tomi has written, "For everyone who's been asking, I'm answering this question once and for all. There is a reason I will not post anything about the adaptation of my work. That's all." And lastly, since someone asked, I have not seen the film, and I will not watch it. It's been painful holding this back from you all, and I'm sorry if any of you thought I didn't care about us more than any glitter. She then includes a screenshot of Amandla Stenberg, who is playing Princess Amari in the adaptation. The DM reads, "Do not ever use my name in an interview or video again. Do not text me. Do not call me." We can see that the message is dated back in late February, and since this came very shortly after, Stenberg had to respond to allegations of thieving roles from darker-skinned Black women. Because of that, many fans are speculating that these two things are connected, while many other fans are saying, "Yo, we don't know what the hell's going on," which I would say there's some weight to that, considering Tomi didn't actually tell us anything. I was posted up on my couch last night reading up on book threads, so you're going to be seeing me read through discourse that I screenshotted from Black book thread specifically. We are not centering white opinions in this video. Sorry, but no, I'm not though. I tried to find an array of discourse from different types of Black readers. So you're not just getting discourse from Black readers who think one way or who are on one side about book Twitter, book threads, etc. I'm gonna ask y'all at the end of the video, so don't worry about responding now if you're not ready, but what do you think of this controversy? Especially those of you who've been following it for a minute. What Tomi Adeyemi is going through right now is a huge fear of mine as a Black writer, creating an entire world, being given the support to bring it to life, and then have it bastardized to be more marketable. I wanted to make sure this sentiment was in here because this person does not exist in isolation. Many Black writers and thinkers feel this. Another says, "I'm on the fence about this Children of Blood and Bone adaptation because on one hand, if she doesn't want to support it, do I really want to? On the other hand, if we don't support it, they will use it as an excuse not to greenlight other Black fantasy pitches."
Part of the issue is the fan base wanted those stories and that representation. So like there's this feeling that she sold out, or the stories were co-opted and sort of taken over to fall into typical Hollywood maintenance of the status quo and a certain aesthetic. Yeah, I understand this larger conversation regarding the frustrations of not just the preference for biracial or lighter skinned ethnic performers, but also ones who are American. So it's the constant centering of lighter skin and American performers in stories that are neither American nor with characters who are specifically biracial or lighter skinned.
I think this is a really important and interesting comment. I definitely want to know what y'all think of this. To me, I was kind of thinking, I don't know that this film not doing well is going to actually have the impact that this person is thinking. But author Ladarian Williams posted something.
So, but what's confusing is that by all accounts, Tomi Adeyemi never had an issue with the casting, and was very supportive of Amandla Stenberg. So that's why it's bizarre. And people are like, okay, girl, give us nothing on whatever this conflict is that has caused you to go. I will have nothing to do with this anymore. Amandla, don't talk to me. Don't text me. I'm blocking you.
That made me change my mind. We'll talk about that later. Also important commentary, Tomi was extremely nasty to fans and other Nigerians about this book adaptation. And she was the one who claimed she had as much control as she did. Now she wants the support.
Yeah, now she's abruptly saying she wants nothing to do with this and is trying to connect it to Amandla.
Same people she was whacking on TikTok. Sympathy is all the way capped. Another responds, and boy, are they spinning right now. She hasn't even apologized, but she's looking for sympathy. No, girl, you better right your wrong first. I missed that particular piece of discourse, but I can say I do remember seeing something about readers feeling very disrespected, specifically West African readers. I just don't remember what it is. Please let me know if you know. I get that Tomi Adeyemi is upset about the way her movie is going, but I feel like that was a chance she was originally willing to take when choosing to sign her rights over. Why not wait for a full-on Black or African publishing entity to do it? Rushing it causes mishaps to happen. You sell your rights, you lose control. She knew this before signing. I'll be at the movie though, because front and center, because we don't get a lot of these. Author Ladarian Williams ate when he responded to this person and said, this is easier said than done. Most of us waited for Black entities to get our books across the finish line and nothing. A lot of y'all think it's just that easy, and it's not. This connects to something I've been talking about on this channel for a while, which is, especially when it comes to Black women, when Black women ascend their station economically, when Black women move from small writer to massive writer, for example, the amount of criticism, the standard that they are held to is higher than it is for anybody else. It is already an incredibly difficult achievement for a Black woman to get her Black fantasy book adapted, let alone to the amount of success that it had, let alone to adaptation. Already she's performed an incredibly statistically improbable feat. I bet you this person doesn't know the statistics of Black fantasy novels that get adapted into movies. I certainly don't know it. He goes on to say, which is heartbreaking because I be in meetings with Hollywood execs and there's
also the film is directed by Gina Prince Blythewood, who did The Woman King, and also, Tomi Adeyemi seemed to be very supportive of Gina being chosen to not just direct, but also they are credited as co-writers of the film, I believe. Yeah, co-wrote the screenplay based on the novel that came out in 2018. And this is scheduled to be released by Paramount in 2027.
Telling me Black fantasy is a hard sale.
Yeah, the other names attached to the film are Tuso Mbedu, Tosin Cole, Amandla Stenberg, Damson Idris, Cynthia Erivo, Chiwetel Ejiofor, Regina King, Lashana Lynch, Idris Elba, and Viola Davis. So it's got a really stacked, starry cast.
And they're waiting on how Children of Blood and Bone do at the box office. Now, this is what made me change my mind about my opinion earlier. To those talking about the Children of Blood and Bone movie, Amandla Stenberg uses she, they pronouns. Also, we don't know the exact reason Tomi Adeyemi stepped away from the adaptation, and we shouldn't be pointing fingers. I do think that the internet has a habit, just a little habit, of two-step into assumptions. That's all I'm going to say about that. To my knowledge, Amandla Stenberg uses they, them pronouns. I remember back in 2014, I want to say, they made a post on Tumblr about using they, them pronouns. I think it was in an interview. They had to beg people to stop changing their pronouns on Wikipedia.
What if some of the mixed or light-skinned actresses said on the topic? I can't imagine. There might be some feelings of not being Black enough to play a Black role. I think there's a lot around it. I know Amandla has defended themselves because of how this has now been something multiple times where they have been cast in a role that originally was a character who was not biracial, who was not lighter skinned. And we can take a look at their response afterwards when this all happened, when the controversy and the criticism over Amanda's casting was public discourse. But I think it's hard because a lot of the blame and the onus gets put on individual actors, whether it's Zendaya or Amanda or other, lighter skinned actresses who seem to book a lot of roles in Hollywood that critics, people who are calling out colorism are like, are they the only actors that are being chosen here? Like, are there no other actors? But it's a complicated thing because ultimately this is a cultural problem. This is a social, a societal issue. And of course it's the studios, right? It's the ones making decisions, the ones that are in power, that are determining who gets to be on our screens, who gets to be depicted in media and who does not. So it's something that I do not obviously have a personal lived experience of, but I understand the insidiousness of colorism and how prevalent it is. And it is not just something that is specific to Hollywood, but it is a problem globally. They are not responsible, but they benefit. Yes. And then basically the argument being, well, they should turn those roles down, which I understand that argument where it's like, okay, you are not ultimately responsible for the preference given to biracial, ethnically ambiguous, lighter skinned people, in this diverse casting. Oh, all this representation we have, and yet there is still a preference, still a disproportionate number of roles that go to ethnically ambiguous, biracial, lighter skinned actors. But yeah, I mean, if Amanda turns down the role, they're going to cast somebody who is also, like, most likely would cast someone who's also lighter skinned. So as far as it being an individual issue or a structural problem, it is structural, but the responsibility for individuals is what I think is debated over, where what is your responsibility as an individual? What should you do in this instance? And would it make even a difference when this is a societal problem?
It was negatively impacting their ability to get work in Hollywood. Amanda
Plus, Tomi was imagining Tessa Thompson and Zendaya as other options. Yeah.
Accepts the she pronoun because of the society that we live in. And until I hear otherwise, I'm always going to use they, them for Amanda. Frankly, I'm indifferent about Tomi Adeyemi's drama with Children of Blood and Bone. I lost interest when I saw the final cast. No major Nollywood actors in the leads, even though they hyped an open casting call for talent in Nigeria and said a few were in consideration. That's wild. Total cultural bypass, and I found it really disrespectful to Nigerians. I can acknowledge how much I love these actors and how cool the casting is, but I also agree with this person. Tomi Adeyemi might get blackballed. Saying this about her book adaptation when the movie is about to go into promotions? I'm curious, doesn't most book adaptations have a contract where the studio and producer has the final say in all things? Also, she co-signed that atrocious movie casting the fans were furious about. Okay, but like, what if Tomi did this knowing that the movie was about to go?
The other point I was going to make is that this is then where racism comes into it. So for people like Amanda Stenberg has also experienced racism in casting. So Amanda Stenberg does not have the same opportunities, right? By still being a biracial act, by still being Black, does not have the same opportunities that historically white performers have had. So the difference between racism and colorism, obviously linked under a white supremacist power structure, but Amanda benefits from colorism while is disadvantaged by racist by an industry that historically has prioritized whiteness because of a society that has prioritized and privileged whiteness.
Into promotions. What if, for whatever reason, and I'm not saying for purposes of boosting
Indians are colorist to each other every single day. Yes, as I said, global issue. This is not just Hollywood we're talking about. We got this around the world. We've got this in Asia, Southeast Asia, Middle East, everywhere.
The film, like, by creating controversy. I mean, if
because
Tomi has a deep issue
the
with
history
Amandla,
of colonialism,
Amandla is going to be asked. Doing this before Amandla is going to have to answer questions on a
South America
tour. Seems like an opportunity to put Amandla in a spot where they're called to the carpet, and perhaps that is precisely what Tomi wants. I want to say again that this is not even a theory; it's a thought, just a what if. All I'm saying is that Tomi is a writer, and writers are strategic thinkers. Kosoko Jackson says, I don't know, y'all. Some of you all are acting like Tomi, a black woman, has the same power as Taylor Swift. A black woman trying to navigate Hollywood, even with success like Tomi, is still a black woman. Why are we acting like she shouldn't have done this or sold that or given up on this? Do you know that what sort of control 99.9999% of authors have to give up to sell their properties? This isn't the bastion of wiggle room most are allowed, especially not black creatives, especially not a black woman, period. And some of y'all don't be listening when I say we desperately need black men, writers, and black male voices in the book community. Some of y'all don't be listening. Ladarian and Kosoko are exactly what I'm talking about. Kosoko continues saying, I'm not saying she right or wrong or anything, but I don't know. Black creatives have had to make hard choices at every junction, and I wish we had some kindness towards them. In the interest of representing all opinions, one person on Book Thread said, so don't cancel me, but when did Tomi Adeyemi ever support independent bookstores or truly support black authors? I am going to respond to this. I think that the second a black woman makes some money, some of y'all really switch up. I think it erases the lifelong dedication Tomi has had to literature. It erases the black woman that she was, who loved books when she was struggling. I just think that this is a really nasty thing to say just because you don't like that Shorty has a lot of money now and that her book made it. Some of y'all only love black women when black women have nothing. You love a black woman who has nothing. You feel so good about yourself when you love a black woman that is poor or has a small following. But once that black woman is doing well for herself.
Okay, but there is a convo to be had about black capitalism and those problems. I'm looking at you, Beyonce and Jay-Z. Yeah. Yeah, this argument definitely gets capitalist, right? It gets into the it gets into the whole black excellence thing as pertaining to capitalism, right? More black capitalists equals equality. No, it doesn't. That just means more capitalists, right? A black capitalist, an Asian capitalist, a trans capitalist, right? Somebody who is of a marginalized group because of their identity, being a capitalist just means more capitalists, more capitalism. It doesn't matter your skin color, your gender, your sexual orientation. None of that matters because you are of the capitalist class. But that's the lie that's sold, where having more people at the table, right? More women CEOs, more black capitalists, more gay drone operate, like that is not actual progress. That does not actually help the majority of disadvantaged, disenfranchised folks who are not benefiting under capitalism. Having a seat at the table of oppression doesn't solve the real issues. FD has a lot of great deep dives on the issue of black capitalism as it is capitalism.
And you can no longer be seen as a good person.
But yes, I think this is a conversation that of course requires nuance. It is multi-layered. We are not promoting, it is not good to be promoting an understanding of the issues that black authors face, black women authors face in the literary world in a way that promotes capitalist tendencies and attitudes, but also recognizing that, of course, the literary world, like the rest of society, like all our institutions, have historically contributed to the marginalized hierarchy in our society. So, yes, racism exists. Yes, sexism existing. Yes, misogynoir specifically. But staying away from this idea that gets into a too pro-capitalist kind of mentality. Yes, people can hate on her for other reasons with the whole y'all hate to see black people make money.
Simply for associating
It's just
with
obtuse.
her, you discard her. I see you. I don't like that Amandla is the focus of the why am I not promoting the film.
And another thing I will say is, of course, the disproportionate criticism that is levied in these conversations where white people get away with so much, right? I think this frustration at how much rich white people get away with versus how much of, even if the criticism is fair, is legitimate, but still falls disproportionately on people from marginalized backgrounds. So yeah, like that's also true, right? Not wanting to forego talking about wealthy white elites, wealthy white capitalists who do make up the majority of capitalists still. The capitalist class. Be a shitty. The defense comes from a place of being oppressed, but just sadly plays into the capitalism game.
Like, why is a black woman the only one being outed in this Children of Blood and Bone fallout?
This is why intersectionality is important. The bigotry that people experience doesn't erase their class position.
We know how parasocial fans can get. I hope Amandla is safe. So you have no clue what Amandla may have done, but your first response is protect them and to try to position Tomi as just singling out a black woman. Social media really needs guardrails and gatekeeping centered around journalistic principles. Someone says, I try to avoid the Tomi conversation, but all the stuff I'm seeing is forcing me to say something from the outside looking in. Tomi had a sweetheart deal. Something that only black authors could pray for. Her book was going to be the first non-Star Wars to film with Lucasfilm. That alone is like the holy grail. Next, she got Gina Prince Bythewood as a director. This is coming off the heels of Woman King and Old Guard. Again, from the outside looking in, you couldn't pray for a better match. Let me tell you what I'm not gonna do is give grace or care to Amandla Stenberg, another comment says. They're not far from out.
Yeah, to me, it's crazy. This is controversial. Like, she's mean, bad at working with people. No one would talk about it this much for a white author. So this is what I mean by the behaviors that are also taking place with and by people who are not black women, right? Tomi Adeyemi specifically. That this is not something... I'm not explaining this well. Hold on. That you can call somebody out for, and you should, for treating people poorly, for causing unnecessary conflict, which again, we don't know what behind the scenes happened here, but I'm referring to previous behavior and knowing that a lot of people who have worked with her have attested to her treating people terribly. You can call that out, but also try and avoid treating her as some type of anomaly. Like, there are plenty of people in the literary world who act badly, right? Plenty of people who are of her financial class that behave badly to people that they work with, that they employ. And it's how much attention is put on a person versus attention being put on other people who are not of a or do not like historically experience the same types of oppression. Is that making any sense? The amount of calling out directly related to her being a Black woman, even though the calling out can be valid. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's a lot of shit that always happens in the literary world, book talk, always drama going on. Sorry, I'm not explaining this well. A lot of shenanigans and bad behavior that does not get this level of attention. And so needing to identify that Tomi, being a Black woman and one of the rare successful Black women authors in the fantasy genre, which notoriously is very difficult to succeed in if you are not white, that all of these things are true, but it doesn't excuse bad behavior. I'm getting it, like outsized attention and criticism based on who's being criticized. Yeah, and I think let me see if I can find another. I think when somebody of a marginalized group behaves badly, for people who respond to it, sometimes they respond in a way where it's almost like a confirmation bias, right? It's fulfilling already held biases. And that's why there's like the expectation. Yeah. The expectation that, oh, this person, of course, is acting this way because of what I already believe to be true of people like them.
Alexandra Shipp. If you have been casted in a film that has a DSBW, dark-skinned Black woman character, and you got dragged before, why would you do it again? Something would have to totally show their innocence in this for me to give them that grace. In another comment, I'm not about to argue with y'all about Amandla Stenberg now. If you actually went and read, they were never considered much for Black Panther. Literally nobody knew about them auditioning until they went and ran their mouth about it. They shouldn't even auditioned in the first place because the role of Shuri.
Like here's an example, just generally when a famous woman does something, like a celebrity woman does something bad, you know, has a history of bad behavior, and how much attention publicly is put on that, and people who people who are like jumping in on the discourse versus famous men, a lot of famous men who have behaved very badly and do not face the same level of criticisms and the same amount of attention on their behavior. So it doesn't excuse whatever woman, whoever the woman was that had engaged badly, but it points out a different standard, right? It points out the standards in society where, oh, yeah, like the Jared Letos, exactly. Like there's so many men in Hollywood who behave terribly, and their behavior is ignored, or it's normalized. It's It's totally fine, not a big deal. And I don't necessarily mean women who are being unfairly maligned. I mean a woman who like objectively did something that is bad, right? Behaved badly. Women and people of color always held up to the standard that white people couldn't achieve as soon as they get prominence. It's so yes, there's the impossible standards, but then there's also the outsized response to people who are of, you know, to women and minorities versus, say, white men. One of the most important moments in my education on this issue was going to a play called Yellow Man, which was the 2002 Pulitzer Prize finalist for drama. Beautifully performed by two actors who each played multiple characters on a minimalist set. Unbelievably moving. I love theater. Yes, I know this play. I have not seen it, but I know this play.
Was not meant for them. Ryan and Chadwick, or anyone who worked on that film, never even mentioned them. Ryan and Chadwick specifically wanted Letitia for Shuri. And if I remember correctly, someone said that Chadwick actually had to speak up and correct Amandla even in person and be like, no, like Amandla was never in talks for this. But again, correct me. Ladarian says, from what I'm understanding of this Children of Blood and Bone think pieces, one, a lot of folks really don't understand what an adaptation means. Two, disrespecting the Gina Prince Bythewood and her contributions to Black cinema is absolutely crazy. Three, Amari character being dark-skinned when the author said she envisioned someone like Zendaya when writing the role. My understanding is dark for her people, but she's still not anywhere near as...
It's important we recognize how marginalization factors into how we discuss these issues without using it to excuse behaviors. Yes, y'all are putting things into words better than I can today. I'm cooked after the citizen vigilantes segment.
Dark-skinned as many of the other characters. Let's discuss down below. Editing Jesse adding in this gem from Threads. Thuso Mbedu is playing the main character Zaylee, not Amandla. Whoo, child, Ladarian says. Now there's drama with the Children of Blood and Bone movie series. Tomi boycotting the film. Amandla Stenberg blog? This week been too much, Lord. I love him so much. It's the passing the plate for me. I think I've talked enough. Now it's y'all turn. If you want to show me you made it this far in the video, comment movie or put a movie related emoji down below.
Okay. And now let's watch.
In the comment section.
All right. Amandla Stenberg addresses painful colorism allegations over Children of Blood and Bone. After years of taking heat over acting roles that some think were meant for dark-skinned women, Amandla Stenberg spoke out in a 9-minute TikTok. The actress, who's shown her consciousness about racism for the better part of a decade, posted the video on Monday, just days after being announced as a star of Child of Blood and Bone. I saw one person post, I can't remember if it's on Twitter or Reddit, but they said, Amandla understands racism, but has not shown that she understands colorism, at least in the comments she makes. And yeah, she is always going through it, always in the middle of things, and is a person who experiences racism, but is also a person who benefits from colorism. In the upcoming film adaptation, Amandla will play Princess Amari, the sister of Enon, who will be played by Damson Idris. But Princess Amari is written as an African woman who has darker skin, and the casting of Stenberg prompted outrage on social media, similar to criticism she faced for her role in The Hate That You Give. The actress has also received racist comments and death threats over her roles in The Acolyte and the first Hunger Games. I am 4 months into training for Children of Blood and Bone, and I'm getting my ass whooped. They joked in the TikTok. I think they joked in the TikTok below. Stenberg, who's of African American and Danish descent, said she wanted to address the perception that she steals roles from darker skinned actresses. I've been through a lot of shit, y'all. This year was mostly defined for me, honestly, by contending with what it felt like to receive racist death threats just for existing in the Star Wars universe. And that was a really difficult thing for me to move through. But honestly, it feels so much more painful for me to feel like I'm at odds with my own community. Stenberg stressed that she thinks about her casting decisions with every choice that she makes. I would never navigate my career blindly and ignorantly, not thinking about my skin tone or the space that I occupy. I would never go after a role that I didn't feel like was right for me to chase. The actress then broke down the controversy behind her being cast in The Hate You Give, which was a huge thing, as she was compared to the dark-skinned illustrated protagonist on the cover of the young adult novel. Stenberg said upon being cast as Princess Amari in Blood and Bone, she researched a picture of the character whom she felt perfectly suited to portray. The actress said that in the book, characters of skin tones similar to hers are the ruling class who oppress dark-skinned characters for their magical capabilities. So I thought to myself, not only do I fit this character description, but my skin tone actually serves the story in supporting the allegory of colorism and oppression. But it was upon meeting ADEYEMI that Stenberg felt a confirmation that she was right for the role. She goes, Amandla, I want you to know that when you were a little girl and you were cast as Rue in the Hunger Games, and people said that Rue's death wouldn't be as sad because you're a black girl, that inspired me to... Wait, isn't... Okay, hold on a second, though. My understanding of Hunger Games is that District 11 was written by Suzanne Collins to be a district with black citizens. Like, they are black. The problem was with Katniss's casting with District 12 and the depiction of the characters who live in District 12. Right? Rue is black in the book. District 11 is majority black. But yes, people mad that Rue's still black. Of course. People mad about everything. But yeah, I was like, well, hold on a second. I just need to remember this because she is a black character in Hunger Games. That inspired me to write this series so that black girls like you and black girls of all shades could have a story written about them. We started crying and I said to myself, God wants me here. The explanation still offended some on social media who accused Stenberg of being tone deaf. At the end of the day, it's fuck Amandla Stenberg, fuck Tomi ADEYEMI, fuck that Children of Blood and Bone movie. I'm tired of y'all playing in our faces and continuing the erasure of black girls. Not every black girl got 4B hair and is light-skinned and biracial. I'm very over it. Y'all, Amandla Stenberg is on TikTok right now trying to gaslight it into believing she was a suitable cast for Children of Blood and Bone. I'm crying, then proceeds to show other fan art of a clearly black girl and talk some bullshit about how beautiful interpretation is. In 2018, Stenberg shared that she walked away from a Black Panther casting opportunity for the role of Shuri, noting her light skin privilege. One of the most challenging things for me was to walk away from Black Panther. I got really, really close and they were like, do you want to continue fighting for this? And I was like, this isn't right. Okay, so she has, at least according to her, demonstrated that in the past she has walked away from roles that she believes she was offered because she is lighter skinned.
Nowadays, they usually look like this, or this, or this. Has anyone else noticed that whenever we get a black main character in TV shows nowadays, they usually look like this?
Speaking as a very dark-skinned African immigrant, I find colorism discourse so demoralizing and exhausting. It's a complicated conversation to have because colorism very much exists and yet I understand the exhaustion because of also the realities of racism. And essentially it may be feeling like maybe feeling like the broader community is attacking one another, even when in different ways, but also similar, the same ways, they face oppression. That it's like we are linked by these oppressive structures, but also within that, there are layers.
Or this.
Colorism
or this,
versus
or this, or this, or this, or this.
Colorism versus representation.
Yes. Hey guys, what's up? It's Emergency and welcome back to my channel. Today we are back. It is 2023.
For sure, within the Black diaspora, there's almost endless debates and fights about it. Multifaceted topic with lots of perspectives. Yes, and I understand that some of these things are, I obviously they do not speak to my lived experience, and I understand I am limited, but I also know that there is then there is the American, there's the Western versus not Western, right? Where it's not just also the colorism in casting, but also privileging of American Western performers and communities specific to where you are in the diaspora. Yes. And then, Black Americans versus Africans and the kind of just in media muddying of all that, of all of the differences.
The first video of 2023. We have a slightly new set. It's actually a set in progress. We prepare for a lot of changes throughout the next month and a half. We're going to try and elevate things for 2023, but that's besides the point. What you came here for. Today we're talking about something that I personally notice quite often when it comes
even the debates over Black Americans versus Pan-Africans
to just general representation of Black and also just non-white characters in television and media. And this conversation is by no means a new one. I feel like it's been talked about for quite a while, especially in the commentary sphere, but I feel like what brought it back into the forefront of my mind was just looking back at the shows that we got last year and already with this year with Ginny and Georgia coming out this week. With the trend of seeing more people of color being cast in television and movie roles, which is great, when you look at the people that are being cast, it seems to skew a little light-skinned. And in this video, we're going to try and break down why that is, along with getting into larger concepts like colorism, the different portrayal of lighter and darker skinned people in media, and what this all means to society, aspiring actors, and just the industry of entertainment overall. So we have a lot to talk about, and if you're new around here, I definitely recommend you hit that subscribe button to join the roommates. It's been a while since I called you that, huh? We're actually nearing 200K, which is crazy because we hit 100K around February of last year. So definitely join our little collective over here. We cover all things TV, fashion, pop culture, and just entertainment as a whole. Also, I it means so much if you could leave a like on this video.
Yeah, and then it's like the UCLA Hollywood Diversity Report that comes out every year has indicated declines in minority and female representation across the film industry. So it feels like it feels like for those who are not of the dominant group, there's already a lack of opportunities and then a decline in those opportunities despite progress that was made. And then within that, I understand the further lack of opportunities, the further kind of disadvantages depending on where you fall on the totem pole. So I get that it's like there's already a disproportionate representation of whiteness in the film industry. And so for everybody else, it's like, okay, you get a handful of opportunities. And then within that, still a prioritizing of lighter skin, a prioritizing of ethnic ambiguity. And then within that, like the same couple of people who seem to book all of the roles that are not going to white actors.
Because it helps out so much with the YouTube algorithm. And it's been a while since I've done this too, but I'll give you a second to actually hit that like button while I show off my cloud mouse pad. Wow. When raindrops fell. You like the video? Okay, thank you. And also, I have an Instagram, a TikTok, and a Twitter, all at Emergency. We're really close to 10K on Instagram, really close to 300K on TikTok, so do what you need to do. But enough self-promo, let's actually get into this video topic. So really quick, before we dive into this, I do want to have the preface, because I feel like because of the nature of this video and the examples and people we're going to be talking about, I just want to say that this video and anything in this video is not meant to discredit or knock the talent of any of the actors or talent mentioned, as I feel like they're all really deserving of their roles. They're great at their jobs, and I'm positive they are some of the hardest working people in the industry. And as Black people and people of color, just them being on screen is moving the needle for people of color as a whole in media and entertainment. So I just want to get that out the way. Let's actually dive into this. So like I was saying before, there is a trend in television and media where when it comes to giving representation to Black people and other people of color, the actors that they cast for these roles are usually lighter skinned Black people and people of color, especially when it comes to main characters that are either women or femme presenting. Like think Euphoria, Gossip Girl, Ginny and Georgia, Heartbreak High. The list honestly goes on and on and on, where you have these main characters or main supporting characters that are generally lighter skinned, and what happens oftentimes is that's just categorized as that's Black representation. Like that's it. I feel like in casting directors' minds, when they've seen for the past like 10, 15 years the push for more Black representation or just representation of people of color, they look across the board and be like, I see people are asking for more color in our media. We don't want to cast too many of them. Let's find someone who looks ethnically ambiguous, who can fit under multiple groups if need be. So then we only have to cast one or maybe two of them in the entire show. Like, I feel like that's how they're thinking, because that's just how it's been up until like very, very, very recently. Like, I just feel like the industry has been so thirsty for racially ambiguous talent. And let's talk about why this is a conversation. Why is this a big deal? I can already feel some people.
Do you think colorism affects other races about the same as Black actors? Or do you think there's more colorism with Black actors? Ask Kartik on that one.
In the comment section being like, why are you making everything about race? Like, just be
yes,
happy.
Colorism is an issue that affects across the globe. It is not just in the Black community. It is not just in the Pan-African, Pan-African versus Black American. But it has to do with the preferential treatment of lighter skin over darker skin as a product of colonization, of slavery, of white supremacy, of anti-Blackness. I felt this about the Nina Simone movie because Zoe Saldana played her and had dark makeup put on. Yes, that she did a version of blackface, and people were very mad, and she was called the fuck out on that.
On screen, like, let's.
And a fake prosthetic nose.
Let's break this down a little bit. In order to understand why this is a conversation now, it's important to look at the history behind just colorism and representation in America. And yes, I'm saying America specifically because I honestly am not the most informed about how this works in other countries. So we're sticking to America right now. But historically, when you go back, the color of your skin, even within the Black community, has had its own benefits and drawbacks in America. In times of slavery, lighter skinned people or light skins were often the product of a Black slave being oftentimes abused by a white master. I hate all of that. And their children would come out lighter skinned. And those children, because they were the offspring of the white man, would often get preferential treatment as opposed to in comparison to other Black people with darker skin. Then we fast forward to post-slavery to things like the paper bag test that was used against Black people, specifically when it came to hiring practices and just spaces overall, where essentially if your skin color was lighter than a paper bag, then you could be considered to be in these spaces, to be hired for these positions. But if you're darker than that, then you're kind of shit out of luck. And of course, with years and years and generations of this distance or separation being created even within Black people just based on the color of your skin as a Black person, it's created these weird dynamics that are still very much seen today. And you can honestly see bits of colorism everywhere, whether that be seeing light-skinned Black people or just lighter-skinned people of color be more desirable than darker-skinned people, or the whole concept of there being like a light skin, a brown skin, and a dark skin. So again, still in modern day, like hiring practices and just positions in entertainment, going to lighter skinned people because they're seen as more palatable or safer than darker skinned people, which is wild to me because that just outwardly insinuates so many things about darker skinned people, or just how you interpret black people based on the color of their skin? Like, what do you really mean a lighter skinned black person is more palatable and safer than a dark skinned black person? Like, what do you mean safe? Like, what exactly do you mean by that? Please break that down for me. What's the difference? Actually, I'll tell you the difference. Society has deemed lighter skinned people as being more safe because phenotypically they're closer to presenting as white. So white people in society see that as being like, oh, you're a little bit closer to me. You got a little spice to you. You got something a little different to you, but you know, you're close enough. You don't like those people derogatory. And I feel like that's so insidious because I feel like, again, that's implying that darker skinned people are the opposite of safe, palatable, comfortable, good black people. And this colorism both inside and outside the community has of course created a bunch of different experiences in the general black experience, which is where the conversation today about lighter skinned black people and people of color being like the face of minorities.
Yeah, this is not confined to even just black and brown communities. It's within all racial and ethnic groups, even amongst various white populations, how historically there were stigmas of in white populations, if you had like olive skin, if you had tanned ethnic looking skin, right? Even though you're white, still not being pure white enough, you know? So obviously in the modern era, colorism as affecting black and brown communities not being the same with white communities, despite what Italians will have you say or will have you think. Literally, Germans weren't considered white for a period of time. Yes, so that's more looking at kind of the historical stigmas that existed even in white populations. And, you know, you look at various immigrant groups in the 1800s and 1900s and the different treatment they faced, even though they were white here in America. It's everywhere. It's not always a colonial issue. Colorism has existed within cultures even before Western influence. Caste is a great example of this. Yes. Yes. And important to understand that it's not just the effects of colonization and white supremacy and kind of a Eurocentric worldview. Darker skin in a caste system is considered dirty, linked with lower castes. It's not always a post-colonial issue, though it always made it worse.
Media and television sort of starts. I've written here that it's important to have a range of skin tones when it comes to representation of non-white and black people in media, because specifically for black people, being black is not a monolithic experience, and your experience and things that you deal with on a day-to-day may vary, even amongst your own race, depending on how deep or light your skin tone is. And I feel like it's true that some black people don't face racism and prejudice the same way that others do, because of one, the color of their skin, and two, their passability. Meghan Markle is a mixed-race black woman, very fair skin, but she even says in her documentary that before she became part of the royal family, most people never treated her like a black woman, and that she never had to talk about racism in America, and that her race was never really an issue for her, and that it wasn't until she married into the royal family, and that she became like the first black royalty, that her race became an issue. And I feel like that's important for many different reasons, but namely when it comes to just representation in media, I feel like Meghan Markle's story and experience is not unique, in the sense that I feel like a lot of people can relate to that. So when it comes to representing black characters or other people of color in television and media, specifically when the stories revolve around like the black experience, I feel like only casting lighter skinned people of color isn't necessarily making the moves that you think it is. And again, that's not to say that lighter skinned people don't deserve their roles and should not be cast in these roles. I'm just saying that there needs to be more holistic representation when it comes to black characters and other characters of color, because there is no one size fits all approach for just representation of.
Also extends to hair. If you're light skinned, you're perceived to have better hair. If you're darker, it's perceived you have kinky, untamed hair. Well, what I always think of is when Juliana, what's that racist name? Not Margulies, she's also racist. Juliana Rancic. Yeah. Juliana Rancic made those disgusting comments about Zendaya when Zendaya had dreadlocks at the Oscars, and she said it made her look like she smelled of patchouli oil or weed. And Zendaya called her ass out. But yeah, the patchouli comment where Zendaya's lighter skinned, and you know that if she had had different hair with her Oscars look, Juliana Rancic would not have made the same comments. she made the comment specifically in response to Zendaya's dreadlocks because of the dreadlocks.
People of color. Like, because of the way race in America has been set up, you can tell so many different stories that can mean so many different things depending on who you cast. And on the flip side, for shows that don't really have to do with race, but just have people of color as the characters in the show, it just shows that there's more opportunity out there for all Black people. Because I feel like what often happens now when it comes to the diversity of skin color in representation is that when it comes to casting Black people overall, lighter skinned Black people are cast in the roles of like the main character, the protagonist, the good character. And in the case where darker skinned Black and non-white characters are cast, they're either cast as like the cool character, you know, the rebel, the villain, the mischievous one. And of course that isn't always the case. But that sort of dynamic goes all the way back to things like minstrel shows back in the day. And one recent example of this happened with the casting of Wednesday. There was a big scandal that came out with that, with Tim Burton only casting with the two main Black characters on the cast initially playing like the antagonist or the villain. With Bianca, a darker skinned Black woman, being Wednesday's antagonist, and I'm blanking on the boy's name, but the Black boy who ruined the dance being the other antagonist, also being a darker skinned Black man. And that came with its own different scandal because Tim Burton has been known to not include Black people in his works because they didn't fit his aesthetic or whatever. That's a whole different video. He said like any role that doesn't like outright require a person of color is inherently a white role. All right, Tim Burton. And ever since I've been looking at Tim Burton crooked. But let's talk about what this lack of representation within our communities means about society as a whole. Well, first, the media that we consume and create is often a reflection of our society at the time, which is also why I go so hard for different forms of representation.
Kill yourselves, mods? I'm gonna ban that one. That's one of my bans. And I'm not going to say anything otherwise. Say bye to your account, too. Yeah. Say bye to Why? I never understand when someone is going after the mods. Especially when I'm like, I don't even see anything happening. Not that the mods are wrong, okay? Mods are always right, but I don't get when I don't even see anything going on. Didn't even spell it right. Well, that's not surprising. Like, what set them off? Yeah, what'd he say fuck us for? What? Probably some shithead who got clapped in the past who just got really mad and came back on an alt.
In the media. So seeing colorism play out in our media today in these shows with the casting is telling for how we
Recipe's an 11-year count. Holy shit.
Is because when it comes to things like representation, it can be for people that are already established and are older. But more often than not, representation is really impactful for younger generations, for people that are up and coming. So when it comes to up and coming talent, up and coming actors, seeing a lot of these roles for Black people and people of color be cast by lighter skinned people does send a message to other aspiring non-white actors of where the industry's priorities lie. And for aspiring actors of color, it's already hard enough to get your foot in the door and to be taken seriously in the industry. And actors with darker complexions already face a unique struggle of not only combating the social barrier of racism, but also colorism as well. So with that, like I said, it can be really discouraging for actors and other talent who have the skills and can be the best actor in the room, but aren't just given the same attention.
Yeah, also colorism as it relates to your class status. So in a caste system or in a culture where it is not necessarily the result of it's not necessarily the result of like colonization, but more so to do with the thinking that if you are lighter skin, you are noble, you are wealthy, you get to live a life of leisure because you're now not out in the fields performing manual labor. So like in ancient China, one reason for colorism existing today is because of light skin being associated with noble status of being rich, where, oh, you are not out in the field working alongside the poors, right? You don't have the worker's tan. And so light skin was a status marker.
Opportunities and really time of day as other actors, just because that's not what the casting director is looking for, what the casting director had in mind for like a
Bro, the British
Black
came here to
person,
South
person
Asia,
of
saw
color.
the cast system, were laid like you guys did most of the oppressive work for us. They're like, yeah, we can just feed off this now. As the colonizers, we can just take these pre-colonial class structures and just keep going with it.
On their show or TV or whatever. And again, I feel like I want to focus on that last part because I've been talking a lot about colorism within the community, but when it comes to casting, none of this is the fault of black actors with lighter complexions. Because again, everyone's trying to get an opportunity, but it's the casting directors and the people that are making decisions on who are getting those roles that are really to blame. And that should really be taking the heat for this because it's not the actors themselves that are casting themselves for these roles. Like, they don't get a decision. Like, they didn't choose who made the final cut. They do get the option to take the role or not. And I feel like to a certain extent that is on them to determine whether they want to be the person to tell this story or not. But still, the final decision does come down to the casting director and the people working behind the scenes making the show or whatever media possible. So what does this mean for the industry overall? To put shortly, I feel like the industry has a lot of work to do when it comes to combating colorism and just their different castings when they're looking for diverse roles. Because as they expand who gets cast, they also expand the general consciousness of what it means to be black or non-white in these stories. Because as representation goes, the more you put out there as media that can be consumed, the more people are able to see themselves and resonate with these characters and put themselves in these situations and see what's possible for them. Just seeing themselves be represented in media. And I feel like you just don't see how important it is until you see someone that looks like you or has a similar experience to you on screen. But on the brighter side, I do actually see things starting to change for the better. Like very recently, we're starting to see a more wide variety of black and brown complexions on screen. Like I think of Caleb McLaughlin, who plays Lucas on Stranger Things, Eric on Sex Education, the entire Blood and Water cast, the entire Bel Air cast, Calliope on First Kill, Davey on Never Have I Ever, Outer Banks on the new season coming up. The two black characters on the show have darker complexions. I feel like this is something that is going to get better and we're going to have more diversity both in race and in complexion on screen. We just have to make sure that as a society and as consumers that we keep on applying pressure on casting directors, on people in power to show that we want this, that this is important, because at the end of the day, as sick and twisted as it is, most execs and casting managers are working on the purpose of them being able to make money and make returns. So whatever would make them the most money, whatever would get them the most viewership, they'll pretty much do. So it's really important to support these shows that are trying to do it right. I personally am still waiting for a dark-skinned love story. Whether that be queer or not, I just want it. Oh, I almost forgot. Insecure. Insecure does a great job of both casting and tackling colorism, both inside and outside of the community. And Jordan Peele movies. I feel like now that I'm thinking about it, movies, television, and media that are made by black people and directed by black people, produced by black people, tend to do it right because they actually see the stuff that's going on and are more intentional about it. That was just a last thought that I had. But yeah, those are all of my thoughts for right now. Now I want to hear from you. Let me know down in the comments below what you think about all this. Have you noticed this being a trend? Do you think it's a big deal or not? Do you have any recommendations for shows that are doing it right? Let me know all your thoughts down in the comments below. Again, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and follow me on my social.
Yeah, a lot of vids out there on colorism. I just picked one of them that I saw. This is colorism. There's videos specifically on Child of Blood and Bone, or Children of Blood and Bone. But yeah, it's definitely a topic that there's a lot of online discussion. You know, people who have similar and differing takes. Has FD spoken about this? I don't know if FD has specifically made videos on colorism. He has made videos on the trap of like black capitalism, black excellence as black capitalism. I'm sure colorism has popped up in his commentary. I don't know if he's like specifically made a video on it though. Khadija may have. I'm sure Khadija has a video. Haven't seen Khadija put out anything in a while though. FD had a point in the Tyler Perry video, which I actually
combating the social barrier of race priorities lie.
Didn't even watch because I was gonna wait to watch that. Let's see, Khadija. Khadija did a video on Michael Jackson's legacy according to TikTok. Interesting. Oh, here we go. Race baiting, queer baiting, colorism, featureism, and performative diversity. All the things. all the things that running through my head, running through my head. Anywho, I think that's probably where I'll wrap. I think that's probably where I'll wrap that convo for now. That's one of those where trying to kind of parse through your thoughts on stream versus making a commentary video for YouTube where you can actually write stuff down, edit, do different takes. Thing with live streaming is sometimes working out through what you're trying to say on stream, which is why sometimes I'll tell my editor, don't make a video from, be like, don't do a clip or a video from that discussion because I don't feel like I really nailed down what I wanted to express or need to do a little bit more reading. We got a workshop. Yeah, it's workshopping. It's okay. You still have that cookout plate reserved in a plastic chair available. I also feel like I say the same things all the time where I'm like, it's very nuanced. It requires nuance. There's a lot of layers. Okay. The broader conversation here, the bigger issue, right? Here's a specific instance, but what this speaks to broadly, 2 things can be true. 3 things can be true. We should hold this while also holding this. This is my obsession review. Very much both and. If there's 100 people in a room. Yup. Short vid react. Sure. Oh.
Hexagon, pentagon. Hexagon. Octagon. Never gone.
I knew there was going to be a thing. I knew there was going to be a thing. But I didn't expect it to be that. I knew something was coming. I should always assume that it's a Rickroll. How about a higher quality version of the John Oliver slap? Amidst the pointing fingers and fighting between leftists over the Graham Plattner mess, seeing people see this clip for the first time, not seeing them, but like the way, like the amount of tweets that I saw of people who are not aware of the fact that John Oliver had wanted to go on General Hospital and wanted to have specific things for his character, and he got all the things, right? One thing he wanted was to be slapped. And people seeing this clip on Twitter and not knowing what's happening.
An oversight.
Where it's like, it's very clear.
I don't want to be added to the list. I want my daughter back.
Then let me put this in language that you will understand. That ain't gonna happen. An oversight.
I'm like, I don't understand what's so confusing. What is it? What is it that you don't understand? What is it that you're unclear on? It's so good.
Have your name added to the list of approved visitors.
I don't want to be added to the list. I want my daughter back.
Then let me put this in language that you will understand. That ain't gonna happen.
Why does he look like dramatic chipmunk? Somebody needs to superimpose his face on dramatic chipmunk. Right? Isn't that what it is? Dramatic chipmunk? Is that not? Corbett wants you to find the difference between these two. There is no difference.
And oversight.
Wait, is this actually a chipmunk? I know that's called dramatic chipmunk. Yeah. I never realized till now that this chipmunk, prairie dog, whatever it is, looks like John Oliver. The audio should go on the soundboard. Yeah, hold on. Hold on a second. Like this is what I want. Yes. Yes. Fuck. I fucked up. My editing skills. My on-the-go editing skills. Okay, wait. Wait. Okay. Yes. Quick behind the scenes vid interview of John Oliver and Days of Our Lives.
Okay, I have one question, and it's this.
Wait, this rabbit hole is so deep. Oh my God. He really does look like a prairie dog. Oh my God.
Late night meets daytime. Welcome to Access Hollywood from Universal Studios Hollywood. I'm Mario Lopez.
And I'm Kid Hoover. It was
More like
back in
MAGA
March that John
Lopez,
Oliver
you know
made
what
an
I'm
on-air
saying?
plea to the soaps to give him a juicy role.
Well, Days of Our Lives more than delivered. And as our soap spectacular kicks off, only we're on set when his daytime dreams came true.
And action.
Mentholated chest rub.
It is a dream come true. That's the thing.
What is this wig?
To all the soap operas out there, let me say this. I'm officially offering myself to you. Write me a role.
What is that toupee?
So fast, it will make your head spin.
Not a bad place, really, if you like mosquitoes and men who wear flip-flops.
While we can't reveal his character name or plot points just yet, if John's hair is any indication, he came to the day set to play.
Wait, was that?
Place, really, if
Is that
like
Josh Duhamel?
While we can't reveal
That's Josh Duhamel.
his character name or plot points just yet, if John's hair is any indication, he came to the day set to play. And after sharing his soap wishes, there was no turning back when Days called.
Yes, we're
Or
doing this.
somebody who looks
My reaction was,
exactly
yeah,
like. Wait, it's not? That guy looks exactly like Josh Duhamel.
Let's hope that we agree on what this is, but it is getting done.
Are soaps good, steady jobs? Yes. Yes. Even if you die, there's a high chance you'll be brought back. If you are killed off, maybe not.
John put in the work studying his lines for scenes with Daniel Farragle, who stars as EJ, and Maggie Carney, who plays Rita.
If either you should need anything.
Yeah, that's what Secret
I
Evil
would
Twins
love
are
a bacon
for.
sandwich and an oat milk latte with no foam.
I did not wake up going, you know what, I'm going to be wearing my pajamas doing a scene with John Oliver today. It was not on my bingo card. But it's just a lot of fun, and it's just been an
Oh my God, British Josh Duhamel.
blast to work with John.
John has been so great at kind of jumping into the soap opera
I love how cross-eyed she
lifestyle,
is.
if you will, today. He is fast, of course, quick on his feet. He definitely likes to improvise, which I do too, but within the scope of the scene. So that's so much fun. He's very present.
People on soaps work incredibly hard. The schedule is nuts. This moves so fast. You do not want to be the sand in the gears of a machine that works like this. So yeah,
No,
I'm just
you
trying not
don't.
to it up.
Hearing John talk about how hard we work.
Let's rank the best soap opera tropes. Okay, so the evil twin, very popular. very popular. You have a doppelganger that shows up to do evil things. You have the amnesia. Yep. Amnesia, very popular. Conveniently, just can't remember anything. Love it. Love an amnesia plot. Yeah. And you just restart. The unknown child. I would say the Lazarus. So a miraculous resurrection, the Lazarus, where characters will die, but not really. Dead, but not really. I guess like Mitch McConnell, where you're dead, but also it's not necessarily permanent. The love triangle. Love triangles, very, very popular. I love when characters are hiding. Characters happen to be in a spot and then they hear people talking and they happen to be saying something really dramatic, like a big secret being revealed right as somebody is happening to be in that spot where they just hide behind a doorway. Yeah, the eavesdropping that happens at a perfect moment. Also the aging, where suddenly you'll have a baby become an adult. It's like, wait a second, they were 5 and now they're 25. When a single day takes like 8 different episodes. The hair babies for like 5 episodes, then become adults so their character can be used. It's the best. Brother, sister kept secret from the rest of the family. Oh, yes, the misunderstood eavesdropping. There's a lot of tropes within the eavesdropping trope. For years, General Hospital has fed on bringing characters back from the dead and then revealing they're an evil twin. Yeah, sometimes they'll combine them, right? It's not just one. They may be the 5-year-old who 4 episodes later is now 25 and then also is the evil twin, or evil twin shows up. Or, eavesdropping, which reveals the existence of love triangle.
Is actually a real, it's a lovely thing. It's a nice kind of like
siblings fighting over inheritance. Yeah, always a lot of inheritances.
That being said, John is working really hard too. He's basically, dropped into the deep end of the pool and he's doing amazingly.
And something John definitely mastered, the iconic long soap look at the end of a scene, which he demonstrated for us.
Just like...
John's episodes will...
Yes. Yes. He's got the soap look.
Don't stop. Go on.
Elaine Chow to Mitch McConnell.
Don't stop. Go on.
Maple Ticks, thank you for the raid. Don't stop. Go on. Go on. No. Oh, but yes. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Hope y'all had a good stream tonight. Certainly not much going on. So can't imagine it was anything too crazy to talk about. Pretty slow news days we got these days. Joe Cat, thank you for the 22 months. Do you know about this random soap cameo? Bro, everybody was on General Hospital.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna need to see some ID.
He is perfect for soaps.
Now.
Of course.
He's so corny.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to see some ID.
The character who says that they're sorry to interrupt as they're interrupting, but they're obviously not sorry, and they're obviously there to do something bad. There's so many guns for a hospital soap.
Of course.
Because. Caroline, you should audition for it. I have auditioned for soaps, and there was one recurring role that I got very close to booking. Can you imagine if that had been the path that I went on? I would not be here today. I would not be here today. Instead, you would be watching some other streamer who'd be watching clips of soaps, and yours truly would be in one of them. Maybe many of them. Fashion on the soaps. Yes, it's me. It's true. The rumors are true. I am Fashion. I wonder if they just have so much fun filming. I mean, after you've been doing it for so long, it is just going to work. It's like any other job. Clock in. You do your dramatic storyline of the day. But it's gotta be fun because it's so silly. For a sec, you made it sound like you'd be dead if you broke into soap operas. Well, dead, but resurrected. Died in a fiery car crash until 3 episodes later. Just kidding, I'm not dead. You think you can kill me that easily, but then it turns out I'm actually the evil twin. And that actually good twin died, but was murdered by evil twin. But evil twin shows up and is pretending to be good twin, but without the knowledge of there being twins. Look dead, didn't I? Well, I wasn't. Well, it's me. I lived, bitch. Ha 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 ha. Reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. Stefano lives. Yes, it is me. And definitely not the evil twin, me, but me. But then it's revealed that the good twin was actually just the evil twin in disguise. And then it's revealed that there's not twins, there's triplets. There's the good one, the bad one, and then the in-between one. the triplet plot twist. But then it turns out that they're not actually triplets. There was a switch up. There was the classic baby switch up. So one additional baby was added to the mix. And then suddenly someone's in a coma. Exactly. I also love in soaps how characters who are broke, right? The poor minimum wage job working characters have like very luxurious lives, penthouses, luxury cars and clothing. It's giving Carrie Bradshaw being a writer in New York, having a brownstone. Alert, there are raccoon babies on the field at Dodger Stadium.
A warm one. The beauty of being outside, wildlife doesn't care that there's a baseball game going on. We've got some raccoons on the field. Don't worry, the best people are on it to make sure these two make it out of the stadium safely. They're really
Raccoonies.
Uniqlo Field at
They're
Dodger Stadium on
cute.
a warm one. The beauty of being outside, wildlife doesn't care that there's a baseball game going on. We've got some raccoons on the field.
Oh my God, a sports store, an animal sports story of raccoons that end up playing professional baseball. So cute.
Don't worry, the best people are on it to make sure these two make it out of the stadium.
I know,
safely.
we'll
They're
try to
really
adopt
cute.
them.
Uniqlo
He'll be like, we need a baby raccoon. And honestly, after watching this video, I agree. I agree. What if we got a baby raccoon? A new sibling for Farley. Oh, they're so cute. Little stinkers. What are you doing out there? What are you doing out there in the field? They can be pretty vicious, apparently. Not to me. I would save a little baby raccoon whose family had perished. Raccoony and me. I know a guy with baby raccoons, but it's illegal. Yeah, I got me some raccoons. Illegal raccoons. Yeah, wait, is that a thing? Or is it illegal to have a raccoon? Yes. In not every state. Here we go. Pet raccoon legal states. Oh, wait a sec. It's legal in Illinois. Oh, I have to move back to Chicago. It's legal in, I guess the Midwest was kind of like, we don't care, whatever. Flyover states, who gives a shit? I said, what if we got a baby raccoon? Will said, that's awesome. Yes, let's do it. Do you have a lead? He doesn't even know what I'm referencing. He doesn't even know the clip. He's just already in. Let me see if I can, I'm going to send him. Did he see the clip? Oh, he saw the clip. Okay. He knows then. That's awesome. Yes, let's do it. Do you have a lead? What do you mean? Do I have a lead? Do I look like a person who has a lead on raccoons? I'm going to say, no. No lead. No lead yet. Also, it is illegal in California, but it's legal in Illinois and also Florida, of course. Is there anything not legal in Florida? Jezebel, thank you for the raid. Carrie Sound, thank you for 22 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. I'm surprised it's illegal in Texas. Very surprising. Okay, so New Jersey, Ohio, Michigan, not available. Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Arkansas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Florida, South Carolina. Oh, as far as what's not legal in Florida, being gay or trans immigrant. Yeah, they're like, you can have as many raccoons as you want, but you can't be gay. That's the Florida accent. Pet skunks are cute. Okay, wait, I have a question. If you have a skunk, how do you make sure it doesn't deploy its stink? As Wisconsinite, I know many people with pet raccoons. You're fucking kidding me. Wow, people actually went, oh, it's legal? Great. I'm going to do it. You don't. You just put your life in its hands and hope for the best. Just got to be super chill. Skunks. Skunk. Wow, this couple owns a bunch of
Santa Rosa
skunks.
County. This is Aaron Little with the Santa Rosa Press Gazette, and I have made some fantastic news.
Is this future me and Will? Yeah, we got a bunch of skunks. They are babies.
Friends today. Some of you may recognize these five here. This is Kim and Jim Pokrant in Milton here off of Dogwood, and with them are Jasmine, Daisy, and Daffodil, and I think I've got those names right. And clearly you can see by their adorable little faces here, these are not cats, these are not house cats, these are not dogs, these are in fact skunks. So what are...
Really? I thought that was a golden retriever.
If I may, Jim, what are some...
Skunks also still smell even after you remove the glands. They still stankin'.
What is one of the main questions that people ask?
Okay, honestly, Farley is frequently stanking up the place. Farley deploys some farts sometimes that are worse than anything I think a skunk could produce. He's got some highly toxic level stank farts.
Ask you about owning skunks.
Well, the main one we namely get asked is, first thing they ask you is, can they spray you? Do they stink? They have it.
Are they
and they're
stanking?
Not. Their scent glands are removed. It's illegal to own one in the state of Florida with the scent glands.
Of course, this is in Florida.
Okay.
And the second question is usually like what they eat, which they get a grain-free cat food, and we also mix turkey meat, eggs, and vegetables. That's their treat. They love it. And of course, this one here loves
You giving
ice cream
them
and
eggs?
sweets. So.
Oh my God. Did you hear me talking about your stinky farts? Farley, Mama might get a skunk. Mama might get a whole family of skunks. Maybe some raccoons.
They eat cookies with me, and this one will actually.
Yeah,
sit
he's like, you're talking shit. Talking about my farts.
I need a bowl of ice cream.
I love your farts.
Great. So how would you sort of describe just sort of your home life being with three skunks in the house? Although I know one of them is your daughter, so they're not necessarily here all the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Jasmine is my daughter. Yeah, Jasmine's daughter. They're just like having a big cat. They like to sleep during the day. We come home in the evenings and we pull one out and sit on the couch and pet them and talk to them, and we feed them, and I water them on a regular basis. And of course,
Farley's about to crop dust.
Them, they go on puppy pads, so it's usually pretty easy. You just clean up the pad just like a dog, but they're more like they sleep with us. We take them to bed with us some nights.
No.
And, they're so much fun. They're fun to take places. Yeah. People love to ask questions, and we just love to have them. They're just
Are the questions, is that a
Great.
skunk?
Now, like I said when I started this video here, that some people may recognize y'all because you guys very regularly take y'all's skunks with you. So if you would just tell me of like maybe a recent experience where you brought your skunks out with you.
Well, actually, the Mardi Gras parade, which is where y'all saw us, we went down, parked the truck, and there was a little, trying to think of the word, a craft fair kind of thing on a corner. We walked through it, and people are just coming up wanting to talk about it.
I love the one being... Okay,
honestly,
honestly, that skunk is so cute. Being cradled like a little baby. Look at that stinker. Oh, and the skunk's claws just holding on to her shirt. Wait, I didn't realize skunks are so cute.
As a kid, or my mom had one, or or they tell us about ones they have on their property where they seen them, and I mean they're actually the fun thing about a skunk is they get rid of rats and rodents and mice, snakes.
You don't do
they
any
eat
of that
all
far.
wasps and hornets and bugs that we don't like. And the bad part about it is they don't like to spray, because when they do, they deplete their spray for 10 days.
Oh, interesting.
And skunks are also kind of like the police officers of the forest. If like a bear's got a hold of a deer, sometimes a skunk will run up and spray the bear to let go of the deer.
Oh, how about that? That's fascinating.
They're kind of like little police officers. They kind of take care of the wild.
Unfortunately, ASAP. Unfortunately, all skunks are bastards. Yeah. They're the cops of the forest. Well, even this cutie one right here, ASAP.
Look out for their other furry creatures.
Great. Well, thank y'all so much for your time. I totally appreciate you letting me come out here and meet y'all's fantastic little skunks. They're adorable.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Wow. 618 YouTube subscribers, 263,000 views. You can tell the skunks are healthy because of how bright and white their stripes are. Well done, you two. I love that he educated about skunks, letting people know that they eat snakes and other venomous insects. Thank you for promoting understanding and kindness for an animal that's often taken for granted, misunderstood, and unjustly killed. Yeah, you know what? We have to change our perception of skunks in popular culture. All right, skunks. Justice for skunks. Sounds like they show up when someone's in trouble, so they're actually not like cops at all. You know what? Good point. Okay, no more ASAP. Instead, all skunks are heroes. ASA. The vigilantes of the forest. All skunks, ASAP, but all skunks are beautiful. Yes, all skunks are beautiful. I used to walk by a family of skunks on the way to work. They were chill. It's the way that they've been so looked down upon through popular culture because of stink. But you know what? We all stink. Don't we? We all stankin'. All stankin'. You need to see how baby skunks warn. Oh my God. Wait, they're so cute. Where are you going? Where do you think you're going? They're so cute. William! I hear him. They're just doing, they're doing stomp clap. Stomp the yard. I'd go to war for her. She's so precious. She's so precious. Will, we're getting a skunk. Wait, are skunks legal? Okay, not legal in California. Where? Probably, Florida. No, we went through this with raccoons. It's currently legal to own a pet skunk in 17 states. Completely illegal in California. Alabama, Florida, Indiana, Iowa. Go back to my roots. Massachusetts, Michigan, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, West Virginia, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. But you need to have specific licensing. No wild catching. Okay, how do you feel about possums? Ooh. Not well. I'm going to be honest. Possums freak me out. Oh my God, Stompy. Stompy. Look, zoom in. Oh. Stompy is not fucking around. You know what? If I ever need to hire security, I'm hiring Stompy. Will? William! Would you rather have a skunk or a raccoon? Would you rather get a skunk or a raccoon? No, not would you rather be, would you rather get one? But have you seen skunks? You've seen skunks. Okay. Oh my God, this possum is so freaky.
This is crazy.
This
You know,
is
there's gotta be 30
crazy.
raccoons at least. I don't know where they all come.
How many hot dogs can they eat?
Yeah, they all love me.
Oh my God. Look at the ones up here. Like, hi, don't forget about me. Hi, can I get one of them glizzies?
Yeah, and I got Buddy hanging off me.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
I love
Here you
this.
Go. Ready? Here you go. There you go.
Some of them are trying to skip the line. Gotta wait your turn.
Are things settling down?
Things
I got 8 pounds
settling
of hot dogs here in this bucket. Whew, things have settled down finally. Holy smokes. Yeah.
Now some of them are coming back for round 2.
I gotta get 2 hands going here.
Two.
Yeah, they're all, yeah, I'll tell you, see, they're really,
Gotta double up on the glizzies. I gotta get 2 hands. But what about second breakfast?
really super hungry because of the cold.
Oh my
And it's
God.
-6 here right now, Celsius. So it's below freezing. There we go.
Wow, that is the best video. Amazing how all those raccoons trained that guy to provide them hot dogs. I don't know where they come from as he hands them glorious hot dogs. He's like, it's crazy. There's so many of them. I can't believe that there's this many. It's like, yeah, dude, because they sent out notice.
At least.
They sent out notice that you're the guy who hands out hot dogs. That you're the hot dog man. The word spread. They came from near and far. Mobbed by raccoons. He switches food. Oh my God. This is why it's important to have hobbies, okay? Because it keeps you busy and it fulfills you. And maybe your hobby is handing out hot dogs to a whole bunch of raccoons. I have heard tell of a man who provides hot dogs. The beacons are lit. The bacon is lit. Oh my God, they're waiting. They're like, okay, what's next? He chides them when they get into fights. He's
All
like,
right,
look,
I'm
there's
coming.
enough food to go around.
I'm not coming. All right, we got cookies. How many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
All right, now that you've had your dinner, you can have some dessert. Only if you've had a glizzy first, then you can have a cookie.
Oh my God almighty, there's 25 again. All right. Back up. Everybody back here, you get one under there. You got it? Well, take your cookie. There you go. Okay, I'm just going to dump these.
Wait, this is
It's a mixture of
this is incredible.
Oreo.
This guy's ancestors, he's descended from like American like frontier trappers, right? Would have a raccoon on their head as a hat to stay warm in the winter. And then all these generations later, he's out here feeding raccoons hot dogs and cookies.
Man, oh man. There. Okay, I can sit down now in peace. I got, this was waiting on the doorstep when I got home. Oh my. And
yeah, he's descended from rugged mountain people, and now he's here feeding raccoons cookies
from Amazon. No, you can't have that. Get your own cookies. Get.
No.
It's from Mark H. Ratcliffe. It's Amazon.
It's Amazon.
And it's a, okay, remote control outdoor outlet switch.
Oh my God, his hat is so
Okay.
cute.
Okay, we're going to hook that up then for the lights here.
They're like, but can we eat it? Can we have it?
What, you want to see what it is? Look.
Can we eat it?
You see?
Is
You
it more
see?
hot dogs? I gotta have more hot dogs. They got the hot dog
Thing to
madness.
keep you guys in lights. No, you can't eat it. Get. All right. I think it's time for the dry food now. Yes, I know.
Anything can be a hot dog with enough imagination.
You're such a good boy. Aren't you? Come here. You're a good baby. Don't you bite my
As it
finger.
nips at.
What do you do? I grab your ear for the bum. I grab your ear for the bum. Look. Yes, all ears. Anyway, they're used to me now.
Those raccoons
All
had a
right,
hot
flip
dog
this
real
down
bad.
Oh my God, they're hungry tonight.
They're such chonkers. Oh my God. They're so chunky.
I got a 50-pound bag. I'm surprised they're out, you know. I got a 50.
There's a California pool bear life. SoCal Mama Bear, the cutest cubs. Nature love her. I'm sorry. This Instagram account is the bears. I see. Yes. God damn it. Classic having to log in. Wait, this guy has hella YouTube subscribers. James Blackwood Raccoon Whisperer. I'm a retired RCMP officer living in a rural setting in Nova Scotia, Canada. I spend my time enjoying nature and feeding my furry friends, the raccoons. I also feed the deer in the winter months and many varieties of birds. I have 2 rescue cats named Connor and Charlotte. Yo, he's got hella subscribers. I've been subbed to him for years and years. Man, I didn't know he was so popular. This is 3 million views.
Just to give you an idea what feeding time is like here. When you first open the door.
His wife ran a rescue and she died in 2003. Her dying wish was that he keeps taking care of her raccoons.
It's 25 to 11 here right now. They've been there for about an hour and a half. You watch what happens when you open the door up. This is what's waiting for you.
This is what's waiting for you.
All right, fellas? All right, who wants a... There. Get your sandwiches. There. No, you're not going to eat that there. Somebody else has to come. Come on, little fella. That's the baby there. Come on. Go get your sandwich.
Oh.
Go get it. Come on. Go get
I know,
it.
I love that
Hurry
they
up.
take one at a time. He could have just thrown the sandwich ingredients in the bucket, but he took the time to assemble them. Yeah.
Oh, you talk too, you little pig. I'll put the lights on out here. Hi, Rascal. How are you doing, girl? Put the big lights on. You can see them a little better now.
Also, raccoons eat trash. Okay, they are scavengers. They love eating trash because there's all sorts of things in trash. So this idea of needing to feed them, like, I don't know, Brussels sprouts, a healthy diet. They eat trash.
There we
They're
go.
trash pandas. To be fair, they eat trash because it's what they... That's true. They eat trash because humans have trash. That's fair.
Little fella didn't get one yet. Well, he's running around eating the scraps anyway. Come here, yo.
You know what? At least it's not these crazy people out there, though, who have chimpanzees and feed them McDonald's. We eat trash,
There you go.
too.
Little fuzzball got one.
Excuse me, a cigarette and Red Bull is not trash.
There's another one there, Rascal. Go get it.
Hold on.
Come here, Rascal. Come here. Here. Come here, girl. Come here, Rascal. Come here. Come on, sweetie. Come on. It's yours. There you go. How'd that go? Want some herd food?
No.
Want some herd food?
Yeah.
Here, move your bum.
We got stuck on these raccoons. Farley. No, Bubba. All right. That was a good, that was a good segue. I'm not saying this is ethical, but there is a raccoon that taste tested Cheeto. Wait, what is Cheetos? Oh, Cheetos. Oh no. I do love Cheetos. Raccoons, the original tier list content creators. Doesn't seem to like the puffs. The off-brand puffs, though. Okay. Didn't even eat them? You got enough of a sense. Once again, off-brand. Trash Panda's like, I'm not a snob. I'm frugal. I like that those are Cheetos paws. Oh, that one doesn't, nope, that's not part of, that's not part of it. He's like, no, I want the camera stand. Yeah, it's a palate cleanser. If they could speak, would they be high pitched or? Oh, they'd be high pitched and they'd be like, "Hey, hey, hey, you guys, why are you on Hey, I'm walking here. Hey, I'm eating trash here." Hot Cheetos. My favorite. Yeah, so basically Rocket Raccoon. This is a very quarantine coded video. Just sitting there like, well, what else do I have? Aside from this raccoon trying different Cheetos. The raccoon does seem to have picked the left every time, which means they are communist confirmed. Goddamn commie. A no good tanky. Technically, it's the raccoon's right. Well, shit. It's music. He's MAGA who supports AOC. He's a MAGA who loves Zohan Mamdani. MAGA for Mamdani. MAGA Donnie. I'm so Curtis Saliwa. Syndical Llama, thank you for the 11 months. I think he likes the popcorn. He is housing that. Who doesn't love popcorn though? He likes the crunch. Yeah, it's the popcorn. His little hands. His little hands. Final round. Yeah, come on, white cheddar! It's the popcorn. Look at him. It's always been the popcorn. He's like, I don't want any of this other shit. Give me popcorn or give me death. Wow. Now, what about hot dog flavored popcorn? How about that? I like that. You know what? He definitely likes the crunchiness of the bag. He keeps going to the bag, even though there's a lot of popcorn on the plate. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Not the cheese balls. A new challenger enters the arena. Oh, it's over. It's Jover. A new cheesy snack has entered the arena, and it is cheese balls. And there is no beating cheese balls. He's like, this is the greatest thing I've ever experienced. This is the greatest trash. Rolling the cheese ball around. He's like, and it's fun. It's fun. You can play with it and then you can eat it. He's like, these are my cheese balls. Anyone tries to take them, I will kill. Little did I think starting out tonight's stream that I would be watching a raccoon roll around a cheese ball on the countertop. Listen, so you're telling me it's a ball that's made out of cheese? That's the greatest thing I've ever heard. Oh, God, look at the tongue. Look at the... He's gone crazy. He's got the cheese ball madness. That's the look of someone who's got the mad cheese ball disease. The absolute cheese ball madness. All right, you guys. Wait, what? Fernanda Torres did an interview today on Brazilian TV where she talked a bunch about her career in the award season for I'm Still Here. Information we got was Willem Dafoe is asshole complimentary, that she and Tilda keep in touch. Cute. That Carla Sofia Gascon went to her hotel room to accuse Fernanda of having a team to smear her. Oh my God. Wait, T. Holy shit. Fernanda Torres is like, yeah, she's crazy. She thought I was behind the tweets that she posted, and then journalist Sarah Hagi went, how has nobody discovered these tweets? They're right there. They have not been deleted. I don't understand. But no, it was Fernanda Torres who was her competition for I'm Still, where it's like Fernanda Torres was not. no, like Carla Sofia Gascon was never going to win. She was never going to win. And also, Fernanda Torres was still a long shot to win. Long-ish, medium shot. That is Crazy Town. Wow. Wow. Dude, Carla Sofia, she's always got some trick up her sleeve. We almost gave her an Oscar for that. Well, not really. Because you had Mikey Madison and Demi Moore. Carla, I mean, okay, here's how it went. Mikey Madison, Demi Moore, Fernanda Torres, Cynthia Erivo, Carla Sofia Gascon. Carla was coming in at number 5. Like, it's crazy she got nominated for that film. It's crazy that film got nominated for anything. Still bummed about Demi. Has anybody, you know what's always interesting? I always like to kind of check in sometimes with myself or with others and see, has your mind changed at all? Were you supporting Mikey Madison, but since then you're like, actually, I wish Demi Moore had won? Were you supporting Demi Moore, but since then you're like, I wish Carla Sofia. Just kidding. I'm glad that Mikey Madison won. Things can change. Art did imitate life with that Demi loss. Yep. Maybe if Demi had won, she wouldn't have been saying that AI shit. Just kidding. She probably still would. Because everybody's saying it. And we got Tilly Norwood starring in the latest, greatest stuff coming out of Hollywood. Obviously. Okay, you guys. I'm going to do a little bit of Control. I'm desperately trying to defeat this bad guy. But if I can't do it, I don't know. If I can't beat this boss, I fear I can't do anything. I fear I'm not in control. I fear. I'm out of control. All right, gamers, lock and load. Non-gamers, I will not see you tomorrow. I will see you on Thursday. Gamers. Hey, gamers. What's up, gamers? God, I am so bad at this. You are a Quan. This boss has no chance. Really? Because I've lost, I think, 10 times? Maybe more? Do you still play Red Dead Redemption? Yes, I was taking a little break from Red Dead to play some other stuff. Namely, Control. Also some friend slop, but I will be returning. Okay. What if I can just one-shot this? Let's freaking do it. Let's freaking do it. Come on. Just get into a flow state. If Emilia Perez can get 13 Oscar nominations, then you can beat this boss. come on. Shoot this guy. Okay. Shit. Fucker. Just like the wet wind sings a song. Sounds like she's singing. I need some help. Shit. Fuck! No, I'm right back to it. I'm right back to being trash. Yeah, okay, I did kind of get stuck on a lamp in the beginning. Did anyone notice that? You forgot. Oh, I have a new ability. Okay, let's change out my guns. What should I use? This shit ain't working. Ditch the spin. Ugh, this one takes so long, though. I don't know. I think I need the shoddy. I think I need that. I need it. The other one is just... takes too long. Oh wait, I should have practiced my thing. Shit, fucker. I need to go get that health. Idiots. Why are there sometimes so many guys? Okay. Come on. Use your special power of control. All right. Okay, control. Yes. Do my bidding. Right. Yes. How come I can't? Oh, shit. Yes. There we go. Yes. Okay. Okay. Ah! Wait, shit! Help! 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 Fuck. Shit balls. Yes! Help, help. Help. Shit! Cover. Run! 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 Fuck! Oh God! Fuck! Oh my God! Fuck, fuck, fuck! Oh, health, 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 health! Keep getting it. Fuck! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Die! Die! Where is it?
Salvador, the head of security. His team didn't stand a chance against the Hiss. No one here does.
Why did that take me so long? Oh my God. What did we learn? We learned that when I apply the things that the game is teaching me and giving me and telling me to do, then and when we lock in, that is when victory is mine. Holy crap, I did not think I was gonna be able to do that. That took me so long.
Okay, TV.
Oh my God. For those of you who are in here right now, but we're not in here the last 2 times, you're like, damn, she did that in 3 tries? Wow. We stayed actualized. That's right. I was very tired yesterday. That's true. Something about losing like 10,000 times in a row. Oh, I can levitate. Oh, hell yes. Oh my God, yes. Yes. Levitation. A while falling to slow fall. Oh, I see. Okay. Yes. Yes. I can fly, I can fly, I can fly. Wait, I can't believe I beat the boss. That's so exciting. Finally. Are there harder bosses? Because that's about as good as it gets. Knew a next day clean start would do. Okay. You know, sometimes you do need a fresh start.
Now I can find Dylan.
Wait, that's not the hardest? Shit. You freaking kidding? But I will get stronger, that's true. That is true. Oh God. Now, the question is, can I shoot midair? Yes. Okay. Oh, fuck! Okay. I died. But you know what? I beat the boss. And now I can fly, kind of. Sort of. Kind of, sort of. Well, first I gotta find Dylan. You can shoot and you can throw midair. Wait, what the fuck? Why am I back here? What? Hello? Oh, that's my last control point. God, so I have to go... God, imagine I have to redo that fight. No way. I have to go all the way... ha ha he he. Is there a shortcut? Can you fast travel? Well, unfortunately, I don't have another control point.
Okay, dealt with the TV. Now I can find Dylan.
She's like, yeah, I've been here. Wait, what? Where do I even go? There's no need to go back? Wait, what do you mean? Shit. Can I even go up? Fuck. Okay. Hello. We run up here. No. I'm good. So I did this for nothing. That's cool. Stick. Great. God damn it. I should just kill myself. Then I can start back. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I need to get up there. To the 5th floor. Where's Dylan? Maximum security.
Dylan. He's so close.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Jesse.
Yes?
Are you there, Jesse?
Emily? He's gone. Dylan isn't here. He might be nearby. Or maybe the hiss got to him. I don't know.
Jesse, listen. Dylan's here. With us. He just walked in. He says he is giving himself up. He's been affected by the hiss, but he is different than the others. We must isolate him.
I'm on my way.
Oh my god, he looks like he's Lex Luthor.
We need to get back. I have to see my brother.
Shit. My brother's keeper. Something bad happened here. Where's the... Is there a control point? Let's see where... Speak with Emily. You got to squeeze her. Let's... Do a little, ooh, abilities. Aha! I think I want launch grenades and rockets back at the enemies. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, and now I can do, yes, additional mod slot. Okay, this one is health recovery, launch energy. All right, what do I want for this? Sell the mods you aren't using. Oh. What are the best ones? How do I know? The low level are the ones? Okay. So this one's good. And then this one, I don't think I have a high enough one. These are kind of the same. $22. Okay. Energy recovery. Good. 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 And then missions, I can do fridge duty. Night, dude. Later. Assist the agent in the Panopticon cell. 4th floor.
Your eyes open.
Hey, what can I do?
Oh, you're back. Oh, thank you, thank you. If I look away, I don't know what this thing will do. You have to get me out of here.
It's just
the
a
door
fridge,
can only
bro.
be opened by the Panopticon supervisor. That's Langston, if he's still around.
Langston. Yeah, I know him. I'll go ask him how to get you out.
Please hurry. My eyes, they can't.
Hey, calm down.
My eyes see
Just focus.
Oppenheimer.
What's your name?
Focus. Right. My name's Philip, and I think I can hold on for a bit. It's just my eyes. My eyes hurt so much.
Simple,
Just hang
just
on,
stop looking. Close them. Farley! Oh, God. Oh my God. Far. Where is this fuck ass entrance? Oh. Hello, I'm dead. I died. Oops. Guess you can't go down that way. And I just use the elevator. No, I had to make it extremely difficult. You can fast travel? Oh. Then fast travel I shall. Oh, this guy.
Only if you can reboot this.
Mr. Comb-Over.
There's someone named Philip up in a cell. He's watching a refrigerator and very rapidly losing.
My great uncle used to have a wicked comb-over, and when we would play tennis,
Oh shit!
and it was
I forgot
windy,
about fridge duty.
it would all go
He's been in there for over a day. I totally forgot.
You forgot about him?
flap over.
There's a lot going on. The hiss, the Benikoff TV. Considering the number of things I'm juggling, ma'am, I think it's.
Listen, it's fine. We just need to get him
Okay,
out of
we're
there.
all busy.
He said you'd be able to open the cell door.
Yeah, I can unlock it on my terminal. There. Done. Door open. But Philip can't just leave. The fridge is behaving erratically. Ocular contact is the only thing that seems to placate it. If we don't have someone in there watching it 24/7, people will die.
Well then, you know,
I'll figure something out.
they'll die.
I'm pretty good with these things.
Being pretty good with altered items isn't standard bureau procedure, ma'am.
He doesn't know us very well.
No, he doesn't.
Do you like working at the FBC?
Sure. I mean, yeah, the drama's a bit much, but I get better benefits here than I would over at the Postal Service. I checked. Better healthcare.
There's that thing on his
That's
chest.
not to say I don't like my job, ma'am. Been here over 15 years. No one knows the Panopticon collection better than me.
Yeah, aren't I the director?
Close to them.
Need a little bit of respect.
I can't tell if that's creepy or normal here. How do you keep the altered items under control?
It depends
Oh,
on the
it protects
item.
them from being
Each
possessed.
one has different needs. Ritualistic touches go a long way. Singing to them.
Did he say
Flipping the
singing?
lights 3 times, that sort of thing. It's
Like
not
a
superstition if it works.
skyscraper, 'cause I'm made of glass.
What's the difference between objects of power and altered items?
Think of them like storms. Objects of power are
Like
like
I'm
tropical
made of
cyclones or hurricanes for the uneducated. They're big, rare, and scary. Of course, directors can just bind the OOP and become the eye of the storm. Altered items are more like weird thunderstorms. Some may rain frogs, some may rain corn, but they all rain something.
And how does the hiss factor into all that?
It's changing them, making them aggressive. Now they're all raining, I don't know, knives. Knife rain.
Nice
It's
metaphor.
raining knives. Hallelujah.
Did you work closely with Trench?
Oh, he spent most of his time with Darling and all them. The inner circle. Not that I care.
Trench certainly had
When
his
you don't care.
favorites.
He did stop in occasionally.
Me when
to
I don't
scowl
care.
and
I don't
smoke.
care.
Did you know the Bureau has a no smoking policy? It does. Just not for Trench. Still, he is the one who put aside funding for the Panopticon. The man did have vision.
How did you get this job?
Started as a junior agent because my uncle knew a guy. From there, I
Nepo.
got put on a desk until
Nepo,
an
baby.
accident left the containment sector severely understaffed. At which point I got bumped up to management. Put in a steady 8 hours a day for another 10 years. And
Meanwhile, the
voila.
guy's staring at a fridge, dying in pain.
I just picked up a gun. Or a gun picked me.
I'm like, how about 20 questions?
I'll see you later, Langston.
I gotta go deal with the guy who's dying from staring at a fridge. Oh. This way. He's a Nepo survivor. All right, fridge man.
Hello? Jesse?
I'm back. I'm coming in.
Thank you. Jesse?
Yes, first I need to loot.
Philip?
Wait, hold on 1 second.
Philip?
Everything's gonna be okay. Oh, shit.
If I look away, it hurts me.
Oh no, not okay. Find a way to subdue.
This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it. Fuck?
What? Is this right? Okay. Whoa! I see. A big boss fight. How do Are those rockets? Was that me throwing rockets?
Pyramid here.
Aha! Oh. Oh. Was that right? Okay. All right. Great. It's one way to leave.
Bring, like, checkers or anything, did you?
Any active?
How'd it go? Where's
Good.
Philip?
Oh, he's
Philip's
dead.
gone.
Yeah.
Something happened before I could get him out.
I was definitely not busy
Poor
looting.
Philip. He never did like fridge duty. But if you're here, then who's watching
Then
the
who's
fridge?
Then who's flicking the
fridge is fine
lights?
now. I took care of it.
You don't just take care of altered items. What did you do?
I touched it and wound up in the astral plane.
I'm the director. Yeah, I do.
Thing was in there. It was huge, had one big eye. Wasn't friendly.
We've been getting reports from the astronauts lately about something fitting that description. The astral plane is usually connected to our world through objects of power, not altered items. If this thing is
Looks
linking
like you don't
itself
know
to
everything,
altered
bozo.
items, then it's clearly powerful. This may happen again.
Do you think that thing is what got Philip?
Must have been. The Panopticon is a dangerous place. The agents all know the risks. But since you're some sort of altered item whisperer, I've got a list of others for you to corral. The Hiss are causing containment breaches left, right, and center. Here, start with these. I'll see if there are any others missing while you're gone. My life just got a whole lot easier.
Well, I feel like mine just got harder.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here, like always.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. Okay. Launch basic enemies when their health is low? Wait. Very good upgrade. Central executive. Oh, right. Oh, right. I forgot. Yes. Wicked. Why do I feel like they're lying to me about Dylan?
He's a valuable resource.
The resonance emitted from the HRAs is purely...
All right, Emily.
It's happening. After all these years, Dylan is here.
Or is he?
But am I too late? How is he? I need to know.
He's clearly been affected by the Hiss, but it's different than any other manifestation we've recorded.
Where's Dylan?
Maybe what makes you so special is genetic. He was a prime candidate. Or maybe it's Polaris protecting him, something else affecting the situation.
I don't trust
I need to
them.
run tests. He seems more in control, more present.
I want to see him. My brother. Or is he?
Of course. Now, Marshall set up an HRA-warded cage to contain him. It's on the upper floor, up the stairs.
Okay, I need to go.
Jesse, be careful.
What aren't you telling me? All right, let's see if I have a new fit. You guys hate the
She has to write
fits.
everything in made-up gibberish code. Fucking Marshall. CIA spy shit. God.
Like, come on. You're telling me that these are better than this one? I don't think so.
Fuck, if they're in there, we go around that way.
I found this token. Any idea what it does?
Ah, that is a jukebox token. Little bastards turn up in the weirdest places, like bad pennies. The Rangers use them to activate an old object of power.
A jukebox, I assume. Does it have any good songs?
What's
Nope,
new,
just the one
pussycat?
record.
Whoa!
Hey, be careful turning it on, though. When it's playing, you get a free trip to the formation.
The formation? That sounds ominous. Why does it send you there?
John Mulaney bit anyone?
The Bureau has been wondering that for years. I mean, it's just a pile of rocks built by God knows who, but... Well, researchers have confirmed it's in the same threshold as the quarry. Well, no one's ever been able to map a physical route to the formation from maintenance.
So it's in the quarry. You just don't know where.
Pretty much. We only send in annual expeditions to the formation now. Checkups, Salvador calls them. This year's team went in the day the Hiss arrived. Come to think of it, the song should have brought it back hours ago.
What's new,
I can go in
pussycat?
I'd appreciate that. The jukebox is kept just past the security booth over there. Just put in the token and enjoy the ride.
Put the token in the jukebox. Should I do this or should I exit? Blackrock, darling.
I have to go.
Too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know.
That is so funny.
Don't get sloppy out there.
Where's Dylan? Oh wait, I have, oh. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Speak with Dylan on the upper level. Should I take the elevator? That's not an elevator. He's here, but where's Dylan? Dylan, stop hiding from me!
We're stabilizing. Marshall abandons us. I'm sick of no one telling us what's going on. Information's always been on a need-to-know basis. Well, I need to fucking know.
Where is he? Director's office.
Apparently the director restored HRA production. They're already getting other survivors out of safe rooms.
Great. Maybe I can get back to my office soon.
What do you know about this Arish guy?
I heard some rangers saying they saved them in maintenance. They were attacked by independent and Arish got them out.
All right, but still.
Why are there so many post-it notes?
I don't know if I like taking.
Well, I'm finding loot.
Did you see that hiss they marched through here? Why the fuck did we put a bullet in that thing's head?
These all look like director's office. Except it's right here. Dylan! Hello? Dilliana. You're so lost. Yeah. 70% of this game is me being very lost. Okay, he is on the upper level of Central Executive. Dylan? Dylan? Dylan, where are you? What the hell? Could he help me out a little bit? Literally the one room you didn't check. I don't even know what I have checked and what I haven't. I'm just gonna start shooting. Dylan, if you don't come out. This one? Nope, been in here. Well, that's it. I can't find Dylan. The end.
So talented, she would have found a solution to all this.
What? The fuck?
Did you see that hiss they marched through here? Why the fuck didn't we put a bullet in that thing's head?
Hello. Oh my god. Is this him? Who the fuck is that? Yes! Oh my god.
Through time, the thunder's home distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye.
Oh, great. He's doing great. He's great.
Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been a new you. You want this to be true. We stand around you while you dream. You can almost hear our words, but you forget. Through time.
Okay.
You are a worm through time. Shit. The thunder's home distorts you.
That's Dylan.
White pearls,
Can you
but
hear
yellow
me?
and red in the eye.
Dylan, can you hear me?
I'm here. I found you.
Into the wet. You've always been a new you. You want this to be true.
Do you know who I am? You know me. Say it.
You are Dylan Faden's sister.
Why are you
He's
speaking third
talking
person?
in the third person. Always a good sign. Do you know who you are?
Not Dylan. Trench and Darling made sure of that. I'm P6. P6. But I'm better now.
No.
The hiss made me better.
No.
Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been the new you. You want this
Can you
to
stop
be
that?
true.
Please? Not exactly the reunion I'd hoped for.
It feels good to say those words.
You know what, girl? Gotta find
say
yourself a
that.
new brother.
They sound good. They make me feel good. Don't you want to say them too?
No. Fuck off, no. You need to help me get this thing out of his head. If he is still in there, if there is anything left, you have to help me.
You! You came in through the hole in you! We let you in, you've always been here! The only truth! A copy of a copy of a copy of a copy!
Stop it!
Orange peel!
Shit! Shit!
This is not going well.
This is not safe.
We found Polaris together with my sister when we were very small, in Ordinary, in the desert, through the door opened up by the slide projector. But she didn't help when Trench took me away. She didn't give me any powers. All the powers are my own powers. She didn't help when they locked me up for years.
Classic. Blaming women.
After the song time for applause, we build you till nothing remains. The air cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home. The Bureau brought the slide projector back here with me. And the Bureau did what the Bureau does. They used it. And they found They opened the door up to the hiss. That's the only thing I can
I
thank
knew
them
it was the
for.
Bureau.
There it is. We stopped the Altered World event in Ordinary when we shut down the slide projector. And now the projector's here.
An earworm is a tune you can't stop humming in a dream. Baby, 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 yeah.
Ooh.
Just plastic. So safe. Nothing to worry about. Funny. I welcomed the hiss. I let it in. To get rid of her. The hiss set me free. Polaris is using you. The Bureau is using you.
Well, yeah.
You are a puppet. You can almost hear our words, but you forget.
If we shut off the slide projector, maybe that will stop the hiss.
Your regulations.
Maybe it's not too late for my brother.
You must see the truth for yourself, Jesse.
He found 4chan.
The horrible truth about the Bureau. The hiss is the better option. Go to the Prime Candidate program in the containment sector. I have the keycard to get you there.
We have to extract him from the manosphere.
Wanted? Bullshit. I saw what the hiss did to Salvador. What it turned him into.
Okay, Dylan. I'll go. I want to see the truth for myself.
I'll go. But only to look for the slide projector. You can help me. We can end this.
You are a worm through time.
Sure, I shouldn't just.
The thunderstorm distorts you. Happiness comes. White pearls with yellow and red.
Well, see you later. Not. Containment. Why did you tell me my brother was so fucked up? Please keep talking. Oh, wait. Should I keep going? Or can I come back? I was going to do this then come back. Does he start talking about looks maxing? Why is this all blacked out? He's gonna smash his cheekbones. How do I get through here? Blammo. There's a button on the other side. Let's see. How do I get to that stupid... Fuck. Nope. No time to piss. Wait, you were on the right path. Control. Yes, now you are mine. Okay, how do I go around? This way? This way? How do I get that button? How do I get through that? Oh, death. Death. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, I need health. Ah! Farley. Farley. Oh, shit. Where is this going to put me? Oh. Oh. Boy. Oh, boy. Farls. I know. You want to come, mommy? You want to come, mommy? Come here. Come here. There's still fireworks. I don't even know anymore. It just keeps... Oh, this thing? What is healing them? Oh, there it is. Goddamn healing hole. Goddamn healing orb. My God. Double loot, though. Where are the rest of these? There we go. Nope. Where are these other enemies? Come on. Is there? Oh, there's another room. Oh. Okay, so you have to shoot them before they reset. I see. I finally understand. Now. Okay, so now there's this. Yes. Do my bidding. Do my... Yes! God, I love controlling them. Yes! Okay. Now. Follow me when... Oh, excuse me. Yes, worm. My control. Yes. My control. Oh yeah, I forgot I can fly. I can fly, I can fly, I can fly.
To find new prime candidates, the Bureau needs a director. Our future. P6 and P7.
Oh yeah, I forgot I could throw those guys. fucking orb. Freak ass orb. Yes. This is the boss? Why does he have so much health? Divine. The hiss. It's killing me. Okay. Ooh, that was some crazy blasting.
I wish things had gone differently in Ordinary for us. But wishing won't change things. Finding the projector will.
Coming together in this one case.
Dude, it's actually so sick when you have all the skills.
Nightmare!
So scary.
I can see you're upset, Meg. Why don't you tell Uncle Mr. Bones what's wrong?
What if I don't want to?
I did bad on my clairvoyance test.
You can't ace every test, Meg. You see, everyone has different brains.
Oh!
Some brains can talk to each
Wow.
other. We call this
I don't like Uncle Mr. Bones.
ESP.
ESP.
Some brains can lift objects, like a baseball.
Oh!
Talk about a fly ball, eh, Meg? No interruptions! So who cares
Oh,
if
his
you
face is
fail your
a
clairvoyance test?
doll
Maybe
strapped
your
around
brain
his
can
skull
throw
head.
baseballs, or talk to dead people, or make friends blind. Once we know what your brains can do, we'll know what job to give you. And if your brains are just right, you'll get to sit in the big chair.
No thanks! What if I don't want to sit in the big chair? Maybe it's a little too big.
What if I don't want the big chair?
See?
What if I don't want the big chair? Everyone wants the big chair, Meg! That's why we're all here.
No, I think I'm
Use
okay.
those brains to listen for once, or the only chair you'll get in is the one with straps.
Oh, no! Oh, God! I like how some of these videos are the most terrifying things in the game. Maybe I don't want the chair. You know? Oh, shit. What? Why is this suddenly so... crazy? Where's this thing? This room.
Is this what Dylan wanted me to see? It doesn't matter. We need
I don't
to find
know.
that projector.
Oh, I got a new outfit though. Nice.
We used to play there all the time. Me and Dylan.
Wait, that's
and
her voice.
Other kids as well. We loved it. This time.
All the times I felt paranoid. I was right. The Bureau could have given me the answers, but they just stood by and watched me.
Like.
Her voice and her voice.
We went inside and that's where we found this.
Yeah, what the hell were they up to? Nothing good.
Is a place for lost things. Things that have been thrown away. Did you ever feel that way when you were growing up, Jesse?
What? No. That has nothing to do with...
Was there a slide projector at your home when you were small? Those were before your time, I suppose.
Oh, God.
But your family did look at photos together, maybe. In one form or the other?
Maybe.
I'm gonna need more
When was
therapy
this?
after this.
Can you remember? At parties? Barbecues? How did it make you feel? Did your parents ever show pictures that embarrassed you? Was alcohol ever involved at these parties? Did your parents drink? Did that make you uncomfortable? No, that's just stupid. Come on, that has nothing to do with this. Nothing. Slide projector, let me ask you this. As a child, did you ever
I studied what happened in Ordinary here. That's the place to start looking.
Hey! Hey! Whenever they punch... Hey, I'm trying to put you under my control. Oh, you can only have 2 at a time. Oh, that makes sense. Some of these fuckers, I'm like... I'm 1 bullet away. Probably level up at some point, yeah. Do you see? Do you see? Okay.
Dylan and I were both prime candidates. Experiments.
The feds. What did they do to us? Control. Puppet Master. I am the Puppet Master. Yes. Oh, it killed my guy. So sick.
We're going back home.
So sick.
Of course we are. It started there, and it's never gone away. There's gotta be a way to rotate these tracks. Maybe there's a control panel nearby.
Are these guys on freaking... What the fuck? Are they in chairs? Are they Professor X over here? Well, they're my chairs now. Yeah, everybody was in the office. All right, how the hell? Are you guys helping me out, or are you making things worse? Rotate the turntable. New York Ninja Raid. What up, ninjas? Thank you for the New York Ninja Raid. How we doing? How we doing, y'all? Thank you, Will Neff.
There's gotta be a way to rotate these tracks.
Well, you know, that's kind of...
Maybe there's a control panel nearby.
Maybe. We'll see. I'm playing some Control, if you don't know. Okay, well, where's this freak-ass control panel? Here? All right, yeah. There we go. Nope. Next movie night, New York Ninja. Okay. Caroline, what was it like being on the set of Lucifer? Was Tom Ellis nice? Yes, very nice, very tall, very handsome, funny. Perfect guy. Create, thank you for the 27 months. Oh shit, there's an energy ball. Wait, access the ordinary AWE. Rotate the how the fuck am I supposed to do this? And there's this stupid ass energy ball. God damn it, I'm fucked. Damn. Bridge operator? Wait, is this it? Bridge operator. Yeah? I already came in here. Take another look in this room. Oh, right here, right here, right here. Yes.
It won't rotate.
Well, what the
Something's
fuck?
blocking it.
Well, what's wrong with it? Oh, shit, this thing. Fuck. Okay, well, I'm just gonna keep running. I know I can't kill those orbs. What is in the way? Something is blocking the gears. But what? Oh, what's this? Okay, that seems like it's something. Now. What the hell is New York Ninja? There we go. There we go. Is that what you did for film class? It's about a ninja in New York. Ah. I see. Oh, it was an impromptu film night. The best nights. Truly the best. I've had a few of those before. So New York Ninja. It's about just an ordinary guy moves to New York and becomes a ninja. What? Okay, show yourself. Show yourself, coward. Yes! Blammo. Wait, I came down this way. Did I come this way? I don't know. I get lost. There we go. I want to be ninja. No, I came down those stairs. I'm all turned around. Miami Connection's another D movie, but it's like, what if a Miami rock band was led by a ninja? Yeah. Imagine. Oh, hell yeah. Am I gonna fly this thing? That looks like I need something for it. Maybe an energy box. Oh! Oops. Yup. Now, where's the last freaking... Where is the last box? Oh, that is true. I can literally fly. I forgot about that. But look how sick that is. Do I need to take this one? Oops! Restore the power. Yeah, I'm trying. I need one. Go back to the room you opened the chest in. Was there something in there? Yes. Can't believe I didn't see that before. Thanks for the stream. Good night. Night night. If you hate being kidnapped every time you set foot in NY, you gotta watch it. I actually love being kidnapped. So what's the movie for that one? Baby's Day Out? God, I love my special skills. Oh, that guy is a big guy. That's a big guy. Shit, health. Shit. Kidding me. No way. Are you kidding me? One of the stupid minions. Where am I even? No. Wait, I don't even know. Fuck. Wait, where am I? Shit. How do I even go back? Fuck this guy. You know what? I'm out. Wait, do I have to? Wait. All right, you know what? Two can play this game. right. I forgot about the energy suck. Wait, that's so annoying. I had beaten that other group. And fuck. Okay. I gotta do this stupid ass guy again. Can I just run past this guy? Yeah, I can, right? Just ignore. God. Fuck. I don't understand. Wait a second. All the things are... Why is the... Oh. Okay. That was just silly. I see. I'm never changing out of this outfit. Can't believe I lost to those guys. Fuck. Situation contained. Goodbye.
You're listening to America Overnight, celebrating.
Hells yeah, some tunes. To go on my journey.
There is a curious correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world in the form of altered world events. These forces gravitate toward archetypal objects, a gun, a television, a supposedly haunted house. So clearly humanity affects this process. Our collective unconscious is
no hard feelings, Dr. D.
We hold the key, but we don't know how to use it. We create these archetypes through everyday life, popular culture, urban legends, but we are observing and influencing a complicated system in action. We can change the likelihood of something being a receptacle for these forces just by thinking about it. but we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet, there's something unique in us, in our dreams,
In our
in the
dreams.
conceptual reality with power with our minds. What's the cause and what's the effect? Are we the starting point or just a necessary evil in this? A byproduct?
Well.
A reflection? A projection? We'll struggle to find the answers to these hard questions. Or do I try?
Get busy living or get busy controlling or get busy. I don't know. Wow.
Annual evaluation of Dylan Faden, formerly P6,
Dylan!
performed by Dr. Carla Vaughn. The questions asked here correspond to the 5th iteration of the
Is that a house? Is that a little house?
Let's begin then. In a single word, describe the world around you.
Where's Casper?
All the things you said running through my head. Oh, how do I go? Oh, right.
He never visits, not since Roberts. See, Taco wasn't my fault. I couldn't control it yet, but I can
Control.
now. I learned.
Let's see what they have on Ordinary.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Oh, here. Our home, our school, the woods, the dump.
Oh, shit. Come under my control.
In the dump outside town. Did they recreate that too? Is that where they keep it?
I don't know. Search for the slide. Object of power. I did kind of fuck my little fake town up.
You mentioned a poem last time we talked.
A poem.
Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated.
I looked the poem up.
This game looks fun as hell. It's got a lot of really cool gameplay. Oh, I'm in a box. Oh, okay. Yep, that's cool. Like this. You can be in a box. Yup. Super cool stuff.
They moved the whole landfill here in the middle of New York, and nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
Trash city. Gotta get the orb. They also have a second game coming out pretty soon. And it's awesome. Goodbye! Goodbye!
Check that lab.
It makes you feel really cool. Dr. Darling!
Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to...
One of the few games you feel super powerful.
Darling took the projector to the research sector. He dedicated a whole area to it, so he knew it was important. Dimensional research. That's where we go next.
Wow. Search for the slide projector in dimensional research. What the fuck is that? The one bad thing about this map, super confusing. But there's puzzles without too many puzzles. There's cool gameplay. You get to, there's random shit. Yeah, you gotta fix your build. It's great. About what? You have to, oh, you have to fast travel. Shit. Oh my god, where's the nearest? What happens if I die? Watch this. The voices. See, but then lets you do that. It takes you right there. Launch large enemies when their health is low. Yes. Love it. All right. Well, actually, maybe I should stop here. I don't know. Oh, it's so fun. Once I got past that boss, I was like, great, we are cooking. We'll go to one more control point. We probably want to go here. I know, I have been playing for 2 hours. I've been locked in. Nah, you know what? It's 12:30. I'm gonna end here. I'll just, yeah. I'll end here. That's enough DGen gaming. But would the director end here? She would, she's surprised she even made it here. She's like, well, I didn't expect to get this far. So are we getting a raccoon or what? That is the question on everyone's minds. And the answers shall be in due time. Control music. I love that you always have a tune ready. Little Laura Branigan. All right, y'all. I'm going to send you to Jay. I shall be back on Thursday. Thank you for joining me. Hope you enjoyed your time here. I'm so glad that I finally made it past